Thank God. Good morning, everyone. January 9th, it's 9:31. I'm going to call this meeting to order. I'm going to start off with an acknowledgement. We respectfully, this start off right here. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Havelock-Belmont-Methuen is located on the Treaty 20 Mississauga territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaty First Nations, which includes Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Rama, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. The Township of Havelock-Belmont-Methuen respectfully acknowledges that the Williams Treaty's First Nations are the stewards and caretakers of the land and water into perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. That I'll move on to remind everybody to place your cell phones on vibrate or shut them off so it doesn't disturb the meeting. And the purpose of this meeting is to continue with our deliberations for the 2024 budget. And I'll remind council of declaration of pecuniary interest. If it arises, you can declare it now, or if something comes up later in this, you can declare it then. So we're going to follow the agenda and start off with Peter Lawson for Public Works, and then we'll just continue through the agenda as it's printed. So with that, I'll open it up. I don't know whether you had anything, Lionel, to start off with or anything, or just we can give anything to
you share, not at this point.
Okay. All right then. So Peter, welcome. So what I'm thinking we'll do is, if there's, did you get all the changes done from the last meeting that we had, Peter? Like any suggestions that came out of that, or?
Yes, good morning, Mayor Martin and members of council. The only change was on the Aqua Capital, and that was it was a motion on the floor for the production well, item 13 and item 14 for the well 3 major maintenance. Other than that, there was no other changes in the Public Works budget for 2024.
Okay, so
We're on sewer.
what's that? We're on the budget overview. You're following the agenda, are you?
Yeah, but we got sewer up there.
Oh,
Page 70.
okay. All right then. So yeah, and that goes with the Aqua. Now, do we have a motion?
Through you, Mayor Martin, there was a motion to make that change in the water capital budget, which is located on page 124. And the motion was to retain the expense for the new production well of $50,000 and remove the well 3 major maintenance, $123,293. And that was the only item in the Public Works budget that had any changes attached to it.
Okay. All right, then. So that motion, we can bring that forward now that we approve that then, or?
That motion was passed at the last meeting.
Okay, I thought you said it had to come back
Nope,
again.
it's fine.
Okay, all right then. So with that, then, yeah, we're into the water and sewer capital here. Page 70, you had it first there. I don't know, Peter, I'll just, has council got any questions for Peter with regards to these water and sewer things?
I had a question. It's a general question though. It's just about in terms of the revenues, because we raised the water rate last year. So I was just wondering if we got an estimate. I think I talked to you about that, but an estimate in terms of how much that might go up, or it's obviously going to go up some, but
Through you, Chair, that has been included. I can go to the tab here and see how much it's gone up. For you again, the total revenue went up by about $15,000 for the sewer activity.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. No.
Much.
No. Any other questions around that for Peter? Jerry, go ahead.
Are we on site or off site on our sewer and water in terms of catching up. I think it was in the explanation. We're still lagging a little bit behind, aren't we, to get the attained amount? Sorry. Getting the attained amount.
Yeah, through you, Chair, we are still lagging behind based on a study. I believe it's the rate that Councillor Dory is referring to. I think we have, I think 4 or 5% behind what the study was, but I think that study will have to be redone in the next couple of years regardless.
All right, then, so with the water and sewer side of things, is there any other questions around that?
Sorry, I do have, through you, Chair, personnel on page 71. It says 12,000 budget, actual 51, back up to 12,000. Like, there must be probably a explanation why it is low. Why we're sticking with the game. Okay,
Lionel? Oh, is that for Peter?
I don't know, whoever, okay, right, I don't.
Did you find that, Peter?
Through you, Mayor, sorry, I was flipping pages there. We're on page 71, and could you repeat the question, please?
Sure, we have under personnel. It's budget was 12,000 last year. Actual was 51, budget this year is 12.
Yes, I think through you, Mayor Martin, I think I can answer this and maybe Lionel can maybe help as well. But so we were basing on some estimates when we put the budget together. So we could come back with a updated number for you on that, Councillor Doherty. But I believe that was an estimate from previous in the year. So it hasn't completely, it's not completely at the end of the year when we put the budget together.
Yeah, okay. Well, what is it anyway? What's personnel? Who is it? Is that a HBM employee, an outside? Like, where does this number come from? I guess is what I'm looking for.
For you, Mayor Martin, I might ask Lionel if he could maybe break that down a little bit more clear.
Through you, Chair, that's internal wages from the public works road area for any work done for the sewer activity. So
okay, good. Thanks, Milo, Peter.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeffrey Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, after you, Mr. Mayor. On the water budget, page 82, memberships, training and education. If people didn't use any, do we use it? And if so, who's using it?
What page was that?
82, sorry.
Okay.
4,600 membership training.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, I've found it here now. So that was put in place for our staff to be trained to get our OIT training and Class 1 certificates. And through COVID, that has definitely backed up the training process. But that's what that is in place for, is for public works staff to be trained in get our starting OIT training for Class 1 and like the water distribution piping throughout the village.
So are we expecting to use 4,600 this year or more than 4,600? Or would you have an idea of that?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that number was has been in there for 2 or 3 years here now. So if council would like, I can come back with an updated price and on this year for budget, and I'm hoping it would be the same or less, and to see if we can get a couple of public works staff signed up.
Thank you for that, Peter. We'll leave it for now, I think, then maybe if we have to re-examine it. But yeah, I think we'll just leave it for now. Thank you.
Any other questions with regards to that? So most of this is just the water and sewer portion of it. So, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I'm sorry, Peter, back to sewer, 71, follow up from Jerry's question. For the personnel, it's budgeted for $12,000 this year. Could your budget be for 6,000, seeing that you've only really spent 5,100?
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Flagger, we can definitely look at that for sure. I would not want to commit right now as the year has closed. We can come back with a better estimate for the year end until the audit's done, but we can definitely look at that and see if we can back that 12,000 down to a smaller number for sure.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay. Any other questions for Peter? Addition? So we'll move into okay, so is there any other things for Peter here, you know, as far as the road, I guess that's the other part of it here, and there was some things on the road capital. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we did water.
The water, I just had water sewer together there.
No, we did sewer.
Yeah, but I just
Okay.
asked it, oh, sorry.
Okay, if you have something on water, I was just doing water and sewer together there. It's,
Okay.
if you had something on water, ask Peter.
I'm a little confused about our administrative bag tags. And that's on page 74. Is that the overall ag contribution from the 4 satellites and sixth line? Is that the total?
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Doherty, I might ask Lionel for some assistance here on that. We had discussed that, and with the scale involved, it has altered those numbers a little bit. And I think if Lionel can remember better our discussion, it would be greatly appreciated.
Through you, Chair, those are the to Councillor Dory, those are the admin bag tags, or sorry, the bag tags sold through the admin office. There's also bag tag revenue for the various transfer stations as well.
Well, what is this 50, 37, 40? Where is that? Where's that coming from? I guess.
Future, it's in the waste administration activity, so there's also similar lines for bag tags sold at the satellite transfer stations as well.
Yeah. Oh, through your chair. I got that,
Okay.
and I see them every one. But what is the 50? Is this for the sixth line? A combination of all of them? What is it? What does it mean? It says waste administration. What is it? I'm just confused. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Through you, Chair, they could be used at any of those areas. It's just essentially where they were sold. So, you know, they're sold, and then the revenue goes in that account. But some are sold at the transfer station, so they could be used at any of the different transfer stations.
So those numbers there, like I have bag tags from the sixth line, Jack's Lake, Kosh Lake, and Oak Lake, all separate.
Yes.
That number that Councilor Doherty's talking about there, like, is that just what was sold in the admin building here? Like,
Correct.
oh. Okay.
If I may follow up with it. So that is the sixth line. Tags then?
No,
Where's this administration place they buy them from? Here. The village, like and various satellites, and they can buy them at Jack's Lake or buy them anywhere, but if they bought and paid for them there, it's in a separate item, right? So these would be everything else but that.
Future, that sounds correct.
So that would be like the stores and the end tier, like they're together on that, okay? Council Flagler, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. On page 74, it says transfer to waste reserve. We're budgeted for 60,000 this year. Could you explain why the increase?
Get that, Peter?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. The projected actual for 2023 that was 69 in just above. So I believe that, and again, I think our actuals and our estimates maybe weren't up to date, Councillor Flagger, for the entire year for 2023. And that might sound confusing, but I would say our estimate was done previous when we submitted the budget. So again, we can go back and confirm those numbers at the end of December to see where that number comes in at as more of a solid number instead of an estimate.
And Lionel can help with that too, I think.
Through Chair, I think maybe there was a bit of a mis hearing of the question, perhaps. To you, Councillor Flagler, I think you were referring to the transfer of the waste reserve, this 28,000 and projected actual of 28,000. Okay, so I think the general reason for that being moved to 60,000 was the fact that the waste capital reserve was at an extremely low point. It was $30,000. So the idea was to increase the transferred reserve to plan ahead for future capital needs. So with that increase of the contribution to $60,000, the projected balance at the end of 24 would still be under 100,000, but it would at least be quite a bit higher.
Where's that coming from? The extra money going into there, that's coming from.
Future, that's just an increase in the requirements for that division.
Okay.
Oh, no. Where are we getting the $32,000 to put in the reserve fund for waste? I think that's what I was picking up from your question. So it has to come from somewhere. Is it from one of the grants? Is it from our capital budget? I guess.
Chair, if that was the question, it's just an increase in the net tax levy required.
Sorry, I didn't
Okay,
get.
so that's taxation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's taxation to try and get some more into the reserve because we've drawn the reserve down so low in that particular.
And then through you, Mayor Martin, so the 60,000 is needed in order to keep that account up. Is that going to be budgeted now for every year at 60,000? I feel that it's doubled in price. And I mean, if I understand putting money into a reserve, but is there a need for 60? Could we not do 40 or 50 per year?
Maybe the batteries are dead.
Yeah,
Through Chair, yeah, there were some projects that I think were planned for this year, various projects, the waste transfer stations that had to be put off because there was so little money in the reserve. So it was just an attempt to, and we have our asset management plan being brought forward this year to kind of crystallize exactly what our needs are. But I think given the low level of the reserve and some of the projects that were planned for the future, it was just, this isn't going to get us where we need to be, but at least it was an attempt. So, I mean, it probably could have been higher than 60, but I mean, in theory, it could be lower as well. But it was just an attempt to get like at least reasonably close to what we'll need in the coming years.
Thank you, Lionel.
Yeah.
Through Chair. So this is a recommendation, not a line cost then?
Future, it's a recommendation.
But thanks.
To include it.
Any other questions with regards to the water and sewer? Okay. You got any more? before we move on, or?
Yeah, what's the impact of the blue box going to make on us, Peter, from a financial, or is that already in the? I'd speak to my mic, but my batteries are.
Try it.
Oh, she's on now. Did you hear me, Peter? Sorry.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Doherty. Both Bob and myself have been involved in that quite substantially. As of right now, we do have a contract that it is signed. We are expecting some revenue until it starts, till we get a few months here under our belt. I don't believe we'll know exactly what the revenue is, but we are expected to receive some revenue from the new blue box, and the transition has taken place as of January 1st, 2024.
Yeah. I guess I wasn't, sorry, through your chair, I guess I wouldn't think so much of the revenue. I was thinking, but did we lose any expense because of this? That's like it. Revenue we can handle anytime, but.
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Doherty, yes, they are helping out. The blue box, CMO is helping out with some of the cost for admin and staffing to handle and on site at our transfer stations. So there is some cost being covered. I don't have those exact numbers with me today, but we can get those back to you if you wish, Councillor Doherty.
No, I'm just curious whether it had any effect on it. Thanks, Peter.
There. Go ahead.
Mayor Martin, just with respect to the microphones, only 2 microphones can be on at the same time.
Okay.
So we must turn them off when we're finished speaking, otherwise you won't be able to come on.
So thanks, Bob.
So we should have done a test, like normally I think response where people are in the audience. So.
If I may have one more question on the waste, and this is the 6th one. Maybe it's just more of a clarity, but under bag tag, I'm back to the bag tags. So this kind of ties into the 50. It says we budgeted for 30. We evened it at 23.5 for actual. We're putting it back up to 30 again, which is okay, I guess. But the tipping fees, $117,500 budgeted last year. Actual is 100. And we got 117.5 back in. Was the 117.5 projected for the full year in 23? I guess is the first question.
What page is that?
Sorry, Peter, 78.
Okay, through you, Mayor Martin, I've skipped over to the right page here now. So, Councillor Doherty, your question was the budget, proposed budget for 2024. The tipping fees at 117,500.
Yeah, was that number last year, Peter, for the full year? Because I think we had the soft opening, what, in June or July?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, the soft opening was in June, and Lionel and myself actually were speaking to that and how well the system is doing, but we won't have a full year under our belt until obviously till June again. So, yeah, that was only 6 months approximately of the tipping of the scales being in use at the 6-line transfer.
So I think maybe you can see the issue. That's 6 months. 117 was budgeted for 6 months. We actually did 100. We're going back at 117.5 this year. Just curious as to how that number was arrived.
Okay, Lionel has a help here.
Through Chair, while it was a budget for the whole of 2023, I think what was occurring here is that when we had the budget deliberations for the 2023 budget, we already knew that it wasn't in operations yet. So the 117.5 wasn't like technically for a whole year of operating. It was for what had been forecast that would occur in 2023, but we knew we wouldn't get 12 months of operation. So that was an estimate, and now it looked like in theory it was a bit high. Because as we know, we didn't get going until, as Councillor Doherty pointed out, till later in the month, you said
June, I think was Peter Reed.
So given what we've seen in 2023, I think we were comfortable like remaining at the 117.5, because I think in essence, 2023 was a bit overstated, but I think there was some good revenue seen for the rest of 2023. So we think it's a fairly accurate spot to land for 2024.
Through you, Chair, well, maybe I'm missing something. I agree with the 117 was an estimate and we were a little late getting it over. But we actually had revenue of $100,000 for a shortened year to be June till December. I think that's about half 6 months. So we did 100 for 6 months. We're going to do 117.5 for 12 months. It doesn't math. The math doesn't math, I guess is what I'm saying. And maybe we're just leveling off or something. I don't know. Maybe there's things.
Well, positively, like, I understand your point, but I think it's just as I said, Lionel said, it's just an estimate, so we're throwing it out there, and I think hopefully the staff kind of lowballing it so they don't overestimate what revenue we're gonna have in, and then that way we could end up short. So it's better to underestimate than overestimate. And I understand your point completely, Councillor Doherty, but to that point, hopefully then we just have $40,000 or $50,000 extra that we can roll into that reserve at some point, so. Or through somewhere.
And through you, Mayor Martin, too, if I could add, those were the busiest months of the year. The slower months are obviously January to February, March, April, you know, and then the cottagers do return in the summer months. So it is the busier time of year when those scales were in operation too.
Questions around that? Okay. Do you have anything? All right then, so we do have the roads capital. I think it starts around page 108 or
What we do, Cap?
So we can capital or operating.
you want to, you know, like there's what else in operating you want to deal with then, like I'm leaving it open here on the.
Oh, well, we didn't do any of the road stuff, have we?
No,
Or we going that after?
no, you can do that now.
I just
I'm just trying to follow these
The
basic.
capital's kind of all one, right?
Yeah.
They're all.
Yeah.
Get that operating.
The roads operating. I think it starts around 69. What's that? Maybe 65, yeah. So page 65 then?
Yeah. So just quickly through you, Mr. Mayor, Pete, I think last time we talked about the page 66, information technology, 5,000. I believe I asked you about that and you said that thought that that was something you might be able to forego.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, definitely to Deputy Mayor Webb, that can be taken out of the 2024 budget if council so requires.
That's the 5,000?
Yes.
Yeah. Infotech.
5,000, you're okay if that's removed out of there, Peter?
Through you, Mayor Martin, yes, that's correct.
What was that for? What's information technology specifically?
I think sorry, through you, Mayor Martin, as I understand, it was for the Public Works to source some new software or to, but we've put that in with our road patrol operating for that section. So just while we're on that topic as well, too, the road patrol and the operating, when that GL was originally created, it took parts of all brushing of a lot of the GLs to make that. So we didn't up the operating budget to make that road patrol. It was small pieces were taken from 2 or 3 different GLs to make that as well. And that includes, and that's fine for the information technology to be included in that road patrol GL.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, through Mr. Mayor, and then I just had one question about the page, the next page, there's no number on it, so like 68. The contingency. Operating contingency. 50,000.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, to Deputy Mayor Webb, Lionel and I spoke about this. It has been at 100,000 for quite a few years, or approximately 101. But Lionel and myself both agreed it hasn't been used, so we thought we could cut it back down to 50. And it's for an emergency kind of situation, I guess, is where the contingency comes in. If we have, you know, a severe environmental weather situation, it'd be a good example of what that would be used for.
Okay, so but I see that we didn't really use any of it last year. We put if you're saying we're putting 100,000 away every year, how much of it are we actually using? I'm just saying, is it something that we could either forego or knock down to a lower number if we're not really using it?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, it definitely can be lowered or used for something else. That's definitely up to council's discretion. But no, we haven't used it in the last 2 years, 3 years that I'm aware of. So
Thank you for that, Peter. Through you, I just suggest to council that's moving ahead at somewhere we might be able to move. So,
Okay, Councilor Clement, and then Councilor Doherty after that.
Through you, Mayor Martin. So that 50,000, we had discussed possibly transferring that over to equipment. Is this the same one that we were talking about?
To you, Chair, yes, we did have that conversation, yeah.
To increase our equipment that we're going to probably have to buy in the next couple of years. If we could transfer it out of here and put that into the equipment fund, that was a thought.
Okay. Councilor Doherty.
Well, I'm a little confused. So we have 101 in there now. That's a reserve, I gather.
Through you, Chair,
And then we're going to balloon it by another 50. So that would make the reserve at 150. The line would then increase, right? We'd increase the reserve to 150. That's the intent now without any changes, right?
through you, Chair, not exactly. So that's a line item in the budget. So as we've discussed before, if it doesn't get used at the end of the year, Baker Tilly in the year-end process that becomes part of the calculation to see what gets transferred to the reserve in terms of the surplus. So in prior years, that has been a somewhat of a major funding source for the equipment, roads equipment reserve. This operating contingent, because if it's not used, then it goes into the reserve. So by decreasing that to 50, essentially what we're saying is that, okay, we may not need 100 because we haven't been using it that much, but we may, and if the 50 isn't used, yes, that 50 would then in theory go into the reserve as part of the year-end process in 2024.
So in technical terms, we don't have 50 to transfer to another department. This is just reducing what the capital requirement, our operating expenses are going to be reduced. Is that right?
Up to you, Chair. Yeah, from 2023 to 2024, it does reduce the net tax levy requirements by 50,000. Yes.
So we don't have an extra 50 kicking around. This is just reducing what we're going to charge to the taxpayer for the account, right?
Yeah, that's correct. In 2023, it was 100,000 that we included in the net tax levy, and this year it's 50 for that line item.
just through, yeah, everything that we're talking about in operating will be taxes so everything we're talking about cutting in any of these operating budgets will reflect the tax rate. So
Yeah. through you, the chair out, but I thought it was mentioned that we're gonna now take that 50 we're saving and putting in to buy capital.
No, that was suggested.
Oh, I think that's okay. No,
Yeah.
thank you. I just want to be clear on that. Thanks.
Just a clarification then, so like, so if you have something in operating and then when it goes over to say equipment, that would be capital. Would it not? Like it's I like.
Future.
Yeah, in the weeds there, but
Depends on how it goes. I mean, if. Part of the conversation, Councillor Clements, would be, okay, that. If we wanted to decrease the operating contingency to 0. And if we then move that $50,000 in the 2024 column to the transfer to reserves line item. Then the net effect on tax levy is 0 because we decreased the operating contingency line by 50. And then added it to the transfer to reserves line. So it's like you take 50 out and then you add 50 on. So that's how it would get into the capital funding reserve.
so it sounds like it has come in handy. So like even to go to 50, you know, and keep a little bit of a contingency there. It seems like it could work and be beneficial, but still having a contingency, like I talked to Peter this morning and a couple weeks ago about a piece of sidewalk. So we used to have a $25,000 line in there for sidewalks that, you know, if you had a repair to do or whatever, something pops up and we got rid of that when we redid all the roads over because we weren't using it anymore. So because we were putting new sidewalks in, so there was less need for that. But that being said, this contingency, there is things that pop up through the year that like I say, this piece of sidewalk over off Park Street that the school's been asking about. I don't know if we need it, like if we can do it, it needs to be looked at still, but that's a good example of where this contingency could come in. We're not going to budget for it this year, but if such a thing in the spring, Peter goes and looks at that and says, yeah, we can do that. And we could probably pull from the contingency there. Like when it was first done, it was for snow. Because I remember when we did it, we ran out of money. We had no money for sand in, you know, both seasons was bad, spring and fall. So everybody was doing something like this. And like I say, it's not getting used now. So, but that being said, it is good to have a little contingency. And if we were to knock it from 100 down to 50, it's still something there in case we need it, right?
Future. I think the intent of that was more for the operating expenses rather than, like, we do have a reserve for things like sidewalks in the village. So I know it's a bit of a fine distinction, but I think if there was a sidewalk item that kind of came to light after the budget was approved, the council might consider looking to the village reserve for such thing.
Deputy Mayor Webb.
I'm just gonna say thanks for pointing that out, Lionel, because I think I understand the point of contingency, but I think the roads has 4 or 5 different reserves. And then you can play off, as he said, there's other reserves that play off the roads, whether they're sidewalk reserves. So I think there's plenty of reserve money there. And it's just an area, it doesn't have to be cut to 0, but maybe it doesn't get cut at all. But I think it's something we put 100,000 away last year and we didn't use it. And to continue to ask the taxpayer for $100,000 year after year that you know you're not going to use, you're pretty sure you're not going to use. I don't know. I don't think it's responsible.
Yeah.
And to follow up on your point, Tim, if we got a sidewalk we want to replace, why is it just put in the capital budget this year?
Well, we don't know if we are. They're going to look at things pop up through the year. So it was just an example. Okay, Councillor Flagler.
Through you, Mayor Martin, on this contingency, Peter has stated that for 3 years, you put in 101 and it hasn't been used. Is that correct, Peter?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct. Yes, in the last 3 years, to my knowledge, it's never been used.
Right, so in all honesty, then this could be eliminated for this year.
Yeah, we can do that. I think that's what Deputy Mayor was saying.
If we're not using the funds, but I get it. I mean, there could be a wicked storm that comes up or something. I get that. But if you've got 300,000 in there already for this, I think this could be eliminated for this year and re-looked at for next budget.
So do you see any problems with that, Lionel?
Future,
Like on whether it's the 50,000 or take the whole thing out of there?
future, I can see definitely the points as far as the fact that it has been used, especially at the 101 level. Could I make a suggestion that, you know, we have it and see how things go in 2024, perhaps? And I guess the secondary part of that would be, okay, if we were to decrease it from 50 to 25, would that be just flow straight to the bottom line in terms of the tax, net tax levy, or would that 25,000 be put into reserve? So that would be my secondary sort of question about the decrease.
I think. Okay. So, okay, so, yeah, so what do you think then, Dr. Miller?
Well, that's a discussion we can have. You said it's there, the amount, that's a discussion the council can have, whether they want to cut it all, cut some of it where it wants to go, if you want to take it off the tax rate, if you want to put it back into reserves, if you want to put it into equipment capital. That's what we're here to discuss.
Yeah.
I think there's not a lot of places we can move money or cut money here in this budget, especially on the operating side. This is one, I think, where we can.
Yeah.
Right, and not really mess things up or too much.
Go back to the original thought, would you be comfortable if we were to say like go to 50,000 on that for this year too, instead of taking it right out of there?
I think it's already at 50, is it not?
Is that what you got it at 50 now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, is he's already cut the
For
50,
2020. Okay.
so. Oh. Just, as I said, there's not many places we can move the tax rate, and this is one of them where we can. What if we start with 25? Take 25 off it, leave 25 in. And then we'll see where we come again. Lionel's tabulation at the end of the day, could be something we may have to re-examine, but.
Yeah.
With an asterisk, eh?
Exactly, so we'll start with 25 there and then we'll reassess, hopefully going forward. That way we get something and then we can discuss whether you want it to go to reserves, capital, things like that, okay?
Okay, so we'll knock that one down to 25 and we'll go with 50.
Future, so with that in the amount on page 66, the IT amount, I haven't changed the spreadsheet since there was no motions made. I have made notes. But if motions are made, I can actually change the master spreadsheet here, but until then, I'm not really comfortable. If we can come back with a report for the next meeting saying, okay, this is kind of what was decided. But if a motion is made, I can do it right now.
We can do the motions as we go. The thoughts were at the beginning of the meeting is if we get these marked down and we can do one motion at the end to do all these changes that were suggested. And we're gonna see what it looks like when you do your magic. So it would be on here. It's just we're not, instead of making we can make individual motions. There's both ways we can do it, or we can mark it down. Boz, make a note here, and at the end we would just make a motion that we move the changes.
Through the chair, well, if we make the motion and we change it to 25 and then we come back and reconsider it and say we wanted to go to 20 or we wanted to go to 50, we have to make a secondary motion then.
Yeah.
But if we have the numbers related to get to where we are comfortable as a council with the number, we can't do that by waiting for the next meeting because we don't know what we're doing. So if we get a little closer ideas to what
The updates would be for the next meeting though, and then we would deal with it. So
We should know. We'll have a general idea.
we should have a general idea today where we are. Otherwise, we're going to be back and approving the budget in April again. Anyway.
Okay, Councillor Fleischer, go ahead.
For you, Mayor Martin. So what we're reducing is the operating contingency, not the actual contingency? Because there's two of them. Or is it the same? Because that one down here is 110.
I know.
The future, that is like a free form down below that, you know, I made an error. I did not update that and move it to 50. So I apologize for that.
Sorry.
That's just the grayed out part is kind of another way of looking at the totals there. So my apologies, it should be 50. So it would be the operating contingency up above.
Right, so it would reduce to 25. Okay,
Correct.
all right.
Councillor Doherty, Chair of this is redundant probably, but it says brushing and tree trimming. 52,700. Did we not move some money over out of some account and then late in the fall to pay for that? So now it's becoming a line item, or this was over and above that, for either Peter or line item?
Well, through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Doherty, I can probably start. Maybe Lionel can help me as well, but that is our regular operating GL number year after year for brushing and tree trimming. The money that we moved was from the government, the fund that we received from the windstorm in 2022. And we did move some money out of that reserve to aid with the continuing cleanup from the windstorm. I don't know why.
Thanks, Peter. That's good, thanks. Okay. Any other questions around that page? So do you want to make the motion as we go through here, or do you want, maybe you can tell us what that's gonna look like as we work through here?
Future, so I have in terms of actual changes to the net tax levy, a 5,000 decrease and a 25,000, so it's. I think it's like, I know there were motions, but I think the general feeling is that those were the two changes that are proposed, so it'd be a total of 30,000 so far.
So just under 0.5%.
Yeah, that's correct.
You know, waste for
Okay. All right then, so. Is there anything else in here that on the operating side? Okay, and yeah, and I see the contingency, okay, so. All right, so. Next, so we've done the operating on the public works there. Where else do you want to go into there for the? That's good. Yeah.
pretty.
It's on page 108. So one of the things there as far as, and here again, it's just playing with numbers, but the gravel haul that we have in there, one of the suggestions I had, and I don't know if it's open for discussion, but to knock the gravel haul back to 50,000 and take the 50,000 from it and put it into the 6-line transfer station, resurfacing, you know, will be 50,000 toward that. I don't know what the number is to do it, Peter, but it's just to help us on that side of it, because there has been some interest in cleaning up the transfer station there. I don't know if that would help or not.
But yes, through you, Mayor Martin, definitely, yes, that would sure help our transfer station, our 6-line, get it cleaned up and possibly some more pavement in place where needed.
Okay. So that was just a thought that I had before. We've done it before. I've done it 2 or 3 times over the years as far as the $100,000 gravel haul, not that we don't need it, but it's just making more use of that 100,000. The gravel hauls for all our township roads and topping them up. We do it every year. Some years we do the north, some years we do the south, but there's a system that they have in the public works as far as doing the roads up, so.
Yeah, no, I completely agree, the 6-line stations is something that needs to be addressed, and it's a good way to take money out without adding new money. Take care of it.
Okay.
My dime is we need the gravel for the whole road bed.
Okay.
That's just my dime. I think we'll have to either find another solution there or find some money. Maybe we can get a bag tags or something.
Bag tags, but okay, that's fine.
You remember, so the 6-line ultra thin asphalt, if we change that just to an overlay, how much money would we save there, and we could use it elsewhere? Peter?
Through you, Mayor Martin, this is going off of last year's tender that was for surface treatment for the overlay on the 6-line. We had in budget for 150,000. The tender did come in at 130. off the top of my head, but we did have a little extra in there for some mobilization and demobilization as well. So that's where the number was last year. We haven't put it out for tender again this year through Peterborough County, but would be hopeful it would be in the same neighborhood as last year's tender.
So Peter, we're talking a difference between 600,000 and 130, 160,000?
Through you, Mayor Martin? Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so that's another item there that, with everything that we're facing with, all of these big jobs that are coming up this year. To go back to an overlay, which was first discussed, which made total sense as far as getting another, 7 to 10 years out of the road. To go and pulverize that and turn it over to, which in the future it would fit into an ultra thin asphalt because it is a high volume road. But that being said, to move it up on the schedule to do that to it, when we have George Street this year, and some other roads that are huge, and I've talked about the second phase of George Street. It's going to be coming too, and hopefully it's next year. So we need to look at what we're doing here, and as much as it would be nice to do that, the road isn't ready for reconstruction, and that's what the ultra thin is to tear it up and do a complete rebuild, where you can get away with for the next 7 to 10 years on an overlay. It makes total sense and it goes along with, good planning, but it's up to council here. Yep, Deputy Mayor Webb.
I'm lost. You're lost.
Yeah, I know it's just that, you've addressed this for a while. You've looked at, I guess, this new ultra thin stuff. I'm kind of in agreement with you and Councillor Clement in that, it'd be nice to throw the expensive stuff on it, but where we sit right now, I think we just need to take care of the road as best we can. Because we've got a lot of sticks in the fire, and this money's we're gonna need it moving forward in the next couple of years. So, and it is a good chunk of change if we could just, still take care of the road with the lesser treatment, I guess you'd call it. So I agree.
Okay, Councillor Doherty.
I'm a little confused. Are we talking about the waste site?
No.
Or are we talking about the
6 line. 6 line road. The overlay.
Page 109.
Yeah, no, I got it, but we keep going from waste to thing, and it's kind of confusing me. It doesn't take a lot. But I think we agreed last year we were putting off the 6th line to this year. And I was of the opinion we were wrong, that we had put aside some money in reserve last year for it. So what are we suggesting now? That we just do half the road, the one going north, or all of it, or like, what are we, I'm not sure what we're suggesting. I'm sorry, Jim, I'm sorry, Mary Mark, I'm lost.
So on page 109, under the roads capital, the 6th line ultra thin is going to cost us at least $600,000. What I'm suggesting is we take that just to the regular overlay. We're still going to get 7 to 10 years, and we're going to take that difference of money and put it towards probably George Street. That road's in fairly good shape. I know we budget 600,000, but that's a lot of money that we can save for taxpayers to put it on George Street. That's where it's really, really needed. So what I'm suggesting is you lower that 621 to even 150.
No, that's too. The number Pete gave was over 150, and I would be conservative to say 200.
200, okay, that's fine.
Nothing's staying the same. So,
okay.
But still, to your point, exactly, it's a $420,000 savings.
So to Councillor Doherty's thoughts there, what did we put away last year when we talked about doing
96?
That 96, is that what we put away?
Each year, there was nothing for the 6th line resurfacing last year.
Okay. So yeah, so we're starting to scratch here, so. Councillor Flagler, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin. Okay, 6 line transfer, it says 4.95 kilometers. Is that from Cadova Road down to Round Lake Road? Is that the 4 point, or are we going from Highway 7 all the way down?
No.
Peter can answer.
Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, that is from the Cordova Road, County Road 48 to Preston Road, to the Preston Road Burnt Dam intersection.
Correct, and so to do the regular paving over that, the cost is $100,000, is it? 120? 30?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I don't think I caught exactly what you said there, Councillor Flagger, but the original suggestion for budget last year was an overlay of the surface treatment, and it come in we budgeted 150,000 for it last year just to put an overlay on to extend that section of roads life, to get the most life expectancy out of that section of road, and we would be into the next 6 to 7 years if we did spend on that money on a surface overlay.
Okay, through you, Mayor Martin. So you're saying that the overlay lasts 7 to 10 years?
Through you, Mayor Martin, 6 to 7, I think, is a safe bet. They say 7 to 8 years, depending on the first double surface treatment that goes down, and then you'll extend it by approximately 6 to 7 years with the overlay on top.
Right, and then what is the life for the ultra thin asphalt?
Through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Flagger, it's almost double what the surface treatment is, and it comes into the maintenance side of the factor too. There is way less maintenance that they were projecting, less potholes to patch. The road holds up better. It's a better driving service. It does have quite a few pros to the ultra thin asphalt. But the bottom line is it does last longer by 5 years, and there's definitely less maintenance on the road after the ultra thin asphalt is placed. As an example, we can look at the Round Lake Road. It's been down, I believe, now for 3 years. We haven't had to patch one pothole in that section of the first part of the Round Lake Road that was completed.
Right, so in your opinion, would it not be better off to do the ultra thin asphalt? Would that not, in the long run, save us money?
Through you, Mayor Martin, yes, it would. So if I can explain, so the double surface treatment, when it's first installed or placed, so it has a life expectancy of, let's go with a solid 8 years. And then to extend it, you put the other layer on. So you haven't got the full life expectancy out of that double layer of surface treatment that's currently on the 6th line without doing the overlay on top of it. So with that being said, I do agree, though, the 6th line, like Mayor Martin has spoke to, the 6th line with the ultra thin asphalt would definitely be required in time to match in with Round Lake Road and Old Norwood Road, as it is a higher volume traffic road. I do feel, though, that we are losing a little bit of our life expectancy, though, with the current surface treatment that's in place by not putting the overlay down.
Just one more question, Peter. So what are the costs, you said, to maintain if we went with just a double layer?
So through you, Mayor Martin, so there, as you can see on the surface treated roads that we currently have, they do have a lot more maintenance, as in patching. The shoulders break away. We do have a shouldering machine to to hold the edge of the roads, the surface treatment in place. With the ultra thin asphalt, to this date, so far we haven't had to put one's shovel of cold mix to patch a pothole. The edges do not break away as a surface treatment. I do believe it is a far superior product, but it does come with a price tag. So my recommendation as a staff would be to put the overlay down to get your full life expectancy out of the 6th line, And then when that has exceeded its life expectancy, then definitely replace it with the ultra-thin asphalt.
Thank you, Peter. But what was the cost of doing the upkeep on these roads per year? Do you have an estimate?
Well, I do have an estimate through you, Mayor Martin, on winter maintenance. It's per kilometer. It's in around 11 to 13,000 kilometers on a hard top surface road. But that includes winter maintenance, shouldering, patching, everything. So I can't be exactly specific on detailed specific with just the maintenance for patching and shouldering. I can do some homework and get back to you with those numbers though, Councillor Flagger.
Okay, well, thank you, Peter. So ultra thin asphalt is 621,000. Is that correct for the 4.95 kilometers? Is that the cost?
Through you, Mayor
I'm
Martin.
just trying to get the costs wrapped around my head.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. That's correct. Yep.
Okay, and then what's the cost of the other way of doing these roads?
Through you, Mayor Martin, with the overlay that was tendered out last year, it was under $150,000, but budgeted at 150, just as in 2023.
Right, and then there's no regular maintenance after that?
Yes, there still would be maintenance, potholes and shouldering, so regular maintenance, winter maintenance as well, but there would be more maintenance, but you're still extending that life that you've originally put out to put the double surface layer down. So I'm not sure if I'm making that clear or it makes sense or not, but.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Okay. Councillor Doherty.
For the slow ones, Peter, the sixth line, I read it here, I'll even get my glasses on. It says 6-line ultra thin asphalt. So that's what I think the quote is, ultra thin.
Yeah.
Then it says 4.95 of overlay. Are these two separate function or one relates to the other? I am terribly confused if we're doing the one layer, then we're going to do the next layer, then we're going to put an ultra thin on, we're going to put a shoulder on. Which one of these is this quote for? Is it for the ultra thin shouldered up and finished at 630 or whatever the number is? Am I reading that right, Peter, or am I confused?
So through you, Mayor Martin, to Councillor Doherty. So the overlay, the 4.95 kilometers is correct. The overlay should have been removed, and that's on my fault. But this price is for the new ultra thin asphalt from 48 right to Preston Road, and that's shoulders included, just like you see on Round Lake Road or Old Norwood. That's exactly what that price is for, from 4.95 kilometers from 48 to Preston Road with the new ultra thin asphalt.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so there's two options here, and I think what we've been trying to say is it's two things. The overlay is 150,000, give or take, and the ultra thin is 600,000. And the suggestion was that we run the life of the surface treatment that's down already, get another 5-6 years out of it, and for the 150, or we forget that idea and just go with the 600,000, tear the road up and do it. It's just the problem is there's other roads that should have been done first. This one isn't really scheduled. Like, we started it a few years ago doing this overlay on roads. It was to preserve the roads and get a little extra life out of them. And that's what was intended here. Since then, since we started that program, the ultra thinnest came out, and it is amazing stuff. You know, it gives you an extra 2 to 4 years compared to surface treatment, but it's twice the cost. So it's something that, you know,
I have a general question for you or Peter, whoever can answer it. In terms of when the road gets done, is there an advance, like, is the road any better? Like, say in the first year it's done, or the first couple of years, is a road done with the ultra thin asphalt any better not maintenance wise, I'm just saying driving wise, as compared to a normal road. Because one, as you said, one is 3 times the cost of the other, so I mean, besides maintenance, which it doesn't sound like, I know we do some maintenance, but it doesn't sound like we're gonna reach those level of maintenance in terms of making up dollars. To me, it's a pretty easy decision, right? In terms of, you're gonna pay 3 times the cost for a road. They say 7 years for our road and 14 for this. I don't think you get 14 out of any road. Even highways that, you know, the government builds, you're not getting 14 years out of them. So best case, as you said, 8 to 10, you get another 2 or 3 years, but you're paying 3 times the cost. Especially where we are now, I think it makes more sense just to go low on this one, and then we'll assess it in 5 or 6 years.
That's all it is to give us a bit more time to get on top of the roads that are still needed. That we, like, we're backed up on roads here right now. We're in big trouble. Our roads are falling apart. And at a point of, some of them would be better. I've had suggestions of Vancicle Road to go back to gravel rather than have it paved. Well, the uproar that we would have from the people up there, it would be terrible. But we have a lot of money to spend up there over the next couple of years, and we're going to be sharing with Marmon Lake on that road because it's a boundary road. But that being said, there's an opportunity here that, you know, as much as it would be nice to give the Cadillac, it's probably makes more sense to run life out, and then it would be scheduled when you look at high volume roads, like some of the side roads aren't high volume, but that one there would fit in. It would get the ultra thin asphalt probably. But right now, I think like Peter said, is we haven't used the life of the double surface treatment that was down. There's some life left in, and that's what the overlay would do, is to extend it out another 5 or 6 years. And hopefully we can plan in that next 5 or 6 years to be on top of our roads, because like I say, there's a real backlog coming here that's gonna be, we're gonna see this every year now for construction. So, okay, Captain Doherty, go ahead.
I'm just wondering what has changed from 2023 to 2024. Because this is the method we were going to go last year. And we just decided to put it off 1 year. Now suddenly George Street is not an example because it's been around since 2017. So I know it has to be looked after, but what's changed since last year to this year that we don't want to do ultra thin? That's just the question. And the other thing I keep hearing, and maybe I'm just not remembering, but I'm getting different numbers on the ultra thin, the gravel, the overlay. I heard that we were going to double our life expectancy with the ultra as opposed to just a few years. So I'm confused. Maybe it's just me, but if what we're saying is we're only going to get another 4 years out of triple the cost, then I think it's worth a review. But if the numbers are different, then I have maybe another thought. So thank you.
Okay.
Pretty much where I agree in that we did talk about it, but I don't think we had any numbers. So I think when it was presented, it was, we have this new ultra thin asphalt. It's good. Is it more expensive? Yeah, it's more expensive. How much more expensive? Well, it's a little more expensive. Now we find out that a little is triple, right? So that's the way that's the way I look at it from mine, is that I remember discussing it, but I didn't know it was going to be triple the price. If I knew then it was going to be triple the price, I wouldn't even gone down this road. So.
Okay, Councillor Clement.
Through you, Mayor Martin, just be noted, I didn't agree for the ultra thin last year. I did not vote for it. I was for the overlay. I know I was overloaded, but I just feel that with the taxpayers' money, we are better off to go with the overlay and put money out to run on the road. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
So Peter, how long has ultra thin been around? Because I don't, has it been around 10 years?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. It's been around for over 10 years. I'd like to, if I could explain a little bit to clarify, I think on Councillor Doherty's question there too. So if we did if we did the double surface treated right now, like we did at the 6th line, and you get your 7 or 8 years, the recommendations say you need to put the overlay down for the additional cost to get the same end result time frame for the ultra thin asphalt. So you're actually putting 3 layers of surface treatment down to the 1 layer of the ultra thin asphalt. I don't know if I maybe made that clear enough before, but so your original cost on your surface treated lasts for 7 or 8 years, and then you have to put another layer on as recommended to get your full life out of it. Where the ultra thin asphalt is going to not require any more layers on top of it for its full life expectancy. So, but yes, the ultra thin asphalt has been down, as I believe some of the townships have been using it over 15 years now.
That's where they're making the numbers from.
So what is the life expectancy of the ultra thin? Is it 12? Is it 15? Is it 18? Or is it 10? That's where I'm a little confused. It's been around for 10 or 15 years. We do have some benchmarks, and I do remember the number coming in last year at around $600,000 to do it. That's why I thought we recommended some money towards it last year. So what is the life expectancy of the ultra thin, Peter, please?
Through you, Mayor Martin, to my knowledge, it's in between the 13 and 15 years, and that also depends on some of your road base that you put down underneath it as well. So a little background as well as the ultra thin. Basically, what they do in the ultra thin, it's a thin layer of asphalt, basically about 1 inch thick. They up the polymers in the asphalt, they up the glue in the long and short of it. So when the frosts come in and out of the roads, it flexes with the frost, the movement of the frost, and settles back down in its original place. But again, the base has a lot to do with any road surface, not just ultra thin. It plays the same key role in the surface treated as well. So, but that's what they are stating, and I believe we're going to see that with Round Lake Road myself. So
that's why it's going that way. And I think so when we say it's 2/3 more or whatever, I think that's if you don't do the second overlay, like, or if you do once you do the second overlay, it puts it into half the costs or whatever, like twice as much instead of 2/3, because once you do the overlay, you're putting another cost. So you're putting another 150,000 into a road that we probably paid 400,000 for when we did it. So you're bringing it up closer to the 600, but you're getting the same life expectancy out of it. There's a lot to it, to these things. We've done some things through the county on learning about, surface treatment versus, and this is great stuff, but it's just where we're at right now. And a lot of things have popped up over the year, and that's going to happen every year where we find that roads are deteriorating quicker than we planned on. And all of a sudden you have to juggle your plans. And, we have quite a few roads that, not just George Street, but there's other roads here that are falling apart. And this would just be an opportunity, but we don't have to. It's thrown out there as a suggestion that we go back to try and get another 5 to 6 years out of it. We finished the cycle of the surface treatment by putting 150 or 60,000, budget 200 just in case it's over. But or we just stick with what's there and we budget for the 600,000 and do the overlay now and tear the road up. It's up to us. It's just a suggestion here that we look at trying to put that money to better use on some of the roads that need it right now, and and let it run its cycle. So it's up to council. Councillor Flagler, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin. The ultra thin asphalt, of course, I am for that. I just don't see the disruption that we're going to do down the 6th line. And I remember when it was closed, there's a lot of people that use that road. And I would suggest that anyone on this council should go down Round Lake Road and see the condition of that road, because it's perfect. There's no potholes, there's no nothing. And as Peter has stated, it's less, there's hardly any maintenance there now because of this asphalt. The 6th line is a well-used road, and I think that would be a benefit. I understand that the costs are high on it, but I think in the long run, it would be better for at least the people that live down that road. Every year the snow plows go down, they tear up the road. Look what they've done to George Street, all the plows and the potholes. I mean, everywhere you go is potholes. And I understand that you can't do this asphalt for every road out there. That would be nice. But I think on our high volume roads, it should be considered.
Okay.
That's my thought. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's totally, high volume roads is where we're heading with that, and it's just a thing of cycles, and that's all we're bringing up here, and it's, like I say. If you prefer to do the ultra thin, there's gonna be a lot more disruption with that, because that's a total rebuild, that's gonna be digging up the road again. That's not just an overlay, the overlay would be done in a day and it'd be gone. This construction is a construction, it's ditching, it's bringing it to a standard, I think. If I'm not mistaken, Peter, it's gonna be a project, right?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct. Yeah, the overlay would, we do some, work ahead of time, shouldering or potholes or cutting some shoulders or whatever. But yeah, the surface treatment crew would be in and out in probably a day and a half. But if we did go with a full, the reconstruction, we're pulverizing. There are probably a couple of days with the pulverizer, and then we're into ditching and hoppers and grading and packing and creating a road base. So there's quite a bit more to it with doing the ultra thin asphalt on the 6th line. The surface treatment would be easy, quicker, less disruptive, and again, it would get your full life expectancy out of what's in place right now. So it's up to council's decision, but yeah, as a staff, I would like to see you use what is there to get the full life expectancy of what's there as of right now. But in that being said, when we go do replace it, staff will be recommending the ultra thin asphalt when it does fail after this. The next time it gets full reconstruction, staff would recommend definitely a full reconstruction ditching, like I just explained, and the ultra thin asphalt for top coat.
To you, Mayor. To you, Mayor Martin. Peter, how many years do you get?
With the, through you, Mayor Martin, with the overlay, I would recommend would be 6 to 7 years that we get out of this. It could be longer, but typically that would be the number that we'd be using, 6 to 7 years from now.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Martin, is that without the second overlay, Peter, or that's just the one time only?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that would be with the one overlay that was presented in last year's budget, Councillor Doherty. Yeah, just the one overlay of surface treatment.
Okay, one overlay, 200,000 gets us 5-6 years depending, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in the long and short of it, through you, Mayor Martin, yes, 6 to 7 years and possibly more. It just depends on the weather and obviously the winters that we're receiving. So, but that's a good ballpark, Councillor Doherty.
Good, thanks. A follow-up question: is there anything other things on that road that we would have been doing to correct past problems, correct them for the future in that 630? Like, are we getting any other benefit from it?
Through you, Mayor Martin, with the new asphalt, your drivability is going to be better. It's going to be a better ride, for sure. We've discussed, less potholes. We do need to do some ditching. The last time the road was redone, when I first started, so it's 12, 13 years ago, I believe, is where we're at. With that, the culverts were all replaced with plastic. So that's one expense that we do not have to endure, but we will be ditching in certain places to get the water away from the road base, which is the key.
And that's included in the 630 or the 200?
That's included in the 630, the ditching, and the pulverizing and the gravel and the grading and the packing. That would be in the full rebuild, to say, Councillor Doherty.
So I just want to be clear. If we do the overlay, we're not doing anything else. No ditching, no shoring up the things. It's going to be just that. Is that, do I understand right, Peter? Is that, am I?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct. We will be doing some small work where needed to patch the current surface treatment that's there, and possibly some shouldering where the winter sand is built up on the edge. But other than that, that would be it. There'd be no major construction.
Okay, thank you.
So what's council's thoughts on that? For today, there's two choices, so. What's your thoughts? Like, if we're not doing motions, if we need to do a motion on this, just to be clear whether it's worth,
I thought we haven't made motions on anything else.
no,
We
I
just-
know, so I just need to know what we want and what we want Bob and Bianca to have wrote down here to work into the budget here. Is it overlay or is it, leaves the 600,000 in for this year? That's all we need to know to move on. So,
Through you, Mayor Martin. Totally up to council. If council wishes to ponder this further, we can certainly wait on the motions and wait till the end of the meeting if you wish, or the next meeting.
Well, this, just to the point, this isn't gonna affect the tax rate. So to me, this is something,
That's
we
correct.
can do it at the end of the last meeting.
That's correct.
yeah,
So.
Yeah.
That's just what I'm saying. If you want to give people more time to think
Okay.
about it or research it. I think I know where I am, but
yeah, that's okay, good, let's move on then. Is there anything else under the road capital area that anybody wants to speak to? Yeah, Deputy Mayor Webb, go ahead.
yeah, miscellaneous, basically to have trucks, Peter. Sorry, page 110, apologize.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Yep, I'm there now. Yep, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Webb.
We've got two pickups there. How many pickups do we have in roads at the moment?
Currently, we have three 3/4 tons, 2 regular cabs, and 1 4-door.
So 6?
No, three, I think he,
No, three in total, Deputy Mayor Webb.
just the way he said, yeah, three, but there are two doors and.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just leery on buying two new trucks. I realize Pete, you have a truck.
Through you, Mayor Martin. The one truck, the 1 3/4 ton that is in the capital, it's a 2017, and as our policy states, it was supposed to be replaced in 2021. That's the reason it's in there. Obviously, it's overdue. But that truck has not been used as a plow truck. It is in good shape. And that could remain in the fleet for another year or two possibly. But I just wanted to bring it forward if council wished to replace it to try to keep up with our policy that's in place as of now. The half ton was going to bring us back to our full 4 vehicles in total. That was originally in the Public Works Department. We are currently short 1 vehicle that was sold in prior years.
Good. I think I've already asked you this, but in terms of the 2 trucks, which one do you need more?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I would prefer the half ton and keep the 3/4 ton truck, as it is a good solid truck and it has very limited repair cost at this point in its life.
Okay. So you think we could get at least another year out of the 3/4?
Through you, Mayor Martin.
Sorry, Pete, are we pushing it here? Are we really trying to squeeze it, or is it we can get another year or 2 out of this? Like,
No, through you, Mayor Martin, I have full confidence and we could get another year for sure out of that 3/4 ton, possibly 2. It's sitting around the 200,000 kilometer mark, and we've maintained it very well. It's a good solid truck. Like I say, it hasn't been used for sanding or plowing, just road construction, carrying and towing and so forth. So it's a good solid truck.
okay, yeah, I would just suggest for now at least that we only go with 1 pickup truck, and it sounds to me like Pete would rather the half ton than the 3/4 ton. So I would suggest that we eliminate the 3/4 ton at least for this year.
Okay, Councilor Flagler.
Through you, Mayor Martin. Peter, which truck was purchased last year? I recall that you purchased a truck last year and then you put one on some website. I got that. Could you explain to me which truck that is brand new there? Or,
So, well, through you, Mayor Martin, I think that's 2 years ago. So we sold 2 3/4 ton 2015 Dodge pickups. So we've replaced those two in 2 years ago. And we sold those on the Gov deals. Originally, the tender was put out, those two vehicles were going to be replaced and the trucks to be traded in as we were ending in the COVID era. So that's dating where the trucks and the issues we were having getting tenders for replacing those trucks. So when the tenders were received, staff brought to council the tender trade-in value in the tender was under $8,000 for those two trucks. So that being said, staff made the recommendation that we put those two trucks on Gov deals, which staff did, and instead of just under 8,000, we received just over 38,000 for the sale of those two trucks. And we currently have a new GMC and Dodge. I say new, a couple years old, but new to the Public Works Department.
so are they the ones that are listed here that you want to purchase, or? Like, I'm not sure, like, so you got a new truck last year? Year before, is that correct?
Yes, 3 Mayor Martin. So it was 2 years ago that we replaced the two 2015 Dodge 3/4 tons. That's correct.
And you replaced, okay.
Yes, we did replace those, and they had a 5-year life expectancy, and we got 7 years out of those two trucks. And then the 3/4 ton that's on the list for capital in 2024, it's a 2017. Its replacement is every 4 years. And obviously we're doing better with it than the policy has stated, but the half ton that is currently on the 2024 list would be, it's not an addition as it appears. We did some rearranging, I guess, of vehicles to be the best terminology here. So the half ton that is in place on the 2024 would get us back to our regular or normal 4 vehicles in the Public Works Department.
Thank you, Peter.
So the half ton, we're going back to, that would be like a patrol truck and getting away from the heavy truck doing just patrol. Is that the idea?
Yes, through Mayor Martin. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, Peter, is the 14-46 tandem at 400? Is that do we have a quote on that, or?
Through you, Mayor Martin. So what staff did to come up with that number, our last new tandem purchase, the cabin chassis, Viking, all part and parcel out the door. The truck came in just over 350,000. And that was in 21. So we've allowed ourselves an extra 50,000 there to, obviously with inflation and everything the way the world's going.
Okay.
But
so it's relatively current price then, so we're okay with it.
Yes, I feel okay with it. It will go out for tender, obviously. Last year there was 200,000 put towards that, so proposed for 200 this year, and then we will put the tender out when we do have the funding for it, if council passes it.
Any other things around the roads capital? Okay, Deb, and then Jerry.
Peter, just clarifying questions here. So you're gonna replace the 1440, I don't know if that's 6 or 8 tandem, correct? We approved that, did we, from last year's budget?
Yes. Yes.
Like a half-ton truck as well?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin. Yes, that is correct, Councillor Flagger.
Thank you.
So Peter, you're gonna have two trucks here, whether like this 14 or what is it, the 3/4 ton that you were talking about getting rid of, and you said you'd rather keep it. Now you're gonna have two vehicles with like plow harnesses on them. Is that gonna work for you? Like I thought one of these trucks is kind of to have a backup for plowing too.
That's a good point.
Through you, Mayor Martin. Well, with that as an option, we could change the 1/2 ton to a 3/4 ton and put a harness on it. We do have an extra spare blade here currently too as a backup. So with a 3/4 ton and a harness, we could definitely have a third or use it as a backup plow truck as well as you mentioned.
Oh, no, I'm just asking the question. So you're okay with two work vehicles that, like I say, most of your vehicles are year-round snow plowing and heavy work, and you're just gonna have two vehicles here. You're okay with that? As long as you're okay with that, I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure if you're going to a 1/2 ton, that's the thing. That's bringing back to when years ago the road super drove a 1/2 ton, and you know, the mileage and fuel mileage, all that stuff is way better. I totally get it. But that being said, you've got two trucks here that if you have a breakdown, now we can deal with that later in the public or in the Parks and Rec side of things, but you're riding with just the two plow trucks, the 1/2 ton?
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct. Both those two 3/4 ton trucks currently have both plow and sander in the back of them. That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right, just as long as you're comfortable with that. Okay.
Through you, Mayor. Are we trading in one truck here for that 1446 tandem, Peter? Or is that a full brand new replacement addition to the squad kind of thing?
Yeah, no, through you, Mayor Martin, there will be a tandem being sold. So 1446 will go to our spare truck if council so agrees. We do have a spare as of right now at 1041. 1041 tandem would be sold. 1446 would go into the spare, and then we'd replace 1446 with a new tandem.
Okay, thanks, Peter.
Okay. All right then. So, who, you have something, Hart?
Well, oh, sorry, just go back to what Hart said. It's removing the 3/4 ton, keeping the 1/2 ton, going for the tandem. And I think the other part of that is the door at Midtown.
Yeah.
And if we could finish, I think that suggestion was a good one, to just get an extra year out of it, especially with the mileage and the repairs are good.
Quarter ton they're keeping.
Yes.
1/2 ton that's being
Oh.
replaced.
Leave it in there.
No, it's not being replaced, it's a new vehicle.
So what do you want? You can go ahead.
Talk to you after. It's good.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, then. Here again, these are reserves that we're dealing with, so that can come back, get some more clarification on it, just to make sure we understand what we're doing. These are coming out of the equipment reserve, if I'm not mistaken.
General capital for the tandem.
For the tandem, yeah. Yeah, because we're short on it, and that's one of the other problems, but, okay. All right, then. Anything else on roads capital?
So we doing the door then? Is that, or just let it go for now?
Oh, give them. Sure.
Yeah, like if
Oh,
I
all
don't.
of you get the door for sure.
Okay, no, it's the last thing on there. Is it?
That's
Okay.
what they need to count on.
Yeah, like I wasn't going line by line. If nobody's bringing up a question to it, I was just leaving it in there, so. Okay.
The road.
Okay, all right then. So that's all I have for road capital. I'm gonna suggest we take a 10-minute break there. And come back at 20 after 11. Moved by Deputy Mayor Webb, seconded by Councilor Doherty, all in favor. That's carried, so we'll come back at 20 after. Okay. Right, so I'll get a motion to resume the meeting. Moved by Councilor Clements, seconded by Councilor Doherty, all in favor. That's carried. Okay, so we're gonna move into administration, and first thing here is the administrative department overview, if you wanna get started.
Yes, we can get started and Lionel and I may tag team this, but on the admin side, no changes since the last meeting with respect to operating or capital. With respect to our carry forward items on page 151 of the second book. Two items there to speak to.
What are you?
Page 151 of the second book.
Volume 2.
Volume 2. That's right.
51.
Page 151.
Oh.
So two items there. The email item, budgeted 10,000 last year. That's being completed this Thursday. We're having Mike Roach come and he'll look after that project. And the website project, 30,000 that was budgeted, that's being completed a week from today. We're hoping to announce our new website.
So they were 24th items and now they're complete, or they're 25 items, or what?
Well, we'll be paying those bills in 24. Those two items are being completed in 24.
But we budgeted for them last year?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah. So the other items on our agenda under number 2, Conservation Authority, we have not received our updated number on that. We did budget for a 5% increase. We're still waiting for the exact number. Source water overview, library and cemetery, no changes to any of those since our last meeting.
Okay, what's the, back to 151, what's the 45,000 OCIF deferred revenue? What does that mean? What are you? 151, page 2, volume 8. I don't even have.
Sorry, which item was that?
It's 151. It's got a reserve. Okay, it's deferred revenue OCIF. I didn't even know what, but sorry.
Oh, you're good. Yes. Through you, Reverend Martin, I'll defer that to Lionel. He'll explain that.
Okay.
Through you, Chair, it's just a distinction between how it's looked after in terms of accounting. The OCIF funding that we receive does not go into a reserve fund. It's treated as deferred revenue. So for those that like such accounting things and would like to know, it's just differentiating it between the fact that it's it doesn't have its own reserve. So it's being funded through the OCIF funding, essentially. We bring the OCF funding in as revenue, but part of that revenue is not recognized or it's deferred to a future year if we don't spend it. Okay, so it's kind of like a reserve fund, but it's not. Okay.
All right.
No problem.
Okay, is there any other questions in the Conservation Authority? My meeting's next week, and the 5% that you've allotted in there is probably going to be pretty close. It's somewhere around there right now. There's just a few things to go over at our meeting next week. We tried to do it online, a poll, but it didn't work, so we have to do our meeting, put it through there.
Future, as Bob said, we'll do a little bit of tag teaming here. So at the first meeting, there was discussion about decreasing the tree planting program to 0 since it's a biannual program. So in theory, that would save $5,000, but as with the other items, no motion has been made. There was a question about the projected actual professional services for 2023, and that's on page 15.
Oh, sorry, excuse me, the first or second one?
The first one, page 15, yeah. For the second book, I continued the numbering, so there wouldn't be any confusion. So there's only one page 15 for both books. So if you go down about halfway down the page for page 15, the question I've been asked about professional services and contracts, that the projected actual was higher in 2023 due to some work, higher than budgeted due to some work for the 2020 and 2021 year end from Baker Tilly that was one time and not recurring. To get those years quote caught up. And there was another question on oh, that's for council. I don't think we've got there yet. Okay, I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, Lionel, just to clarify, the tree planting program is, where is that in our book?
That's on page 19 as well. Maybe I skipped ahead a little bit to council.
Oh, that was in a council.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get there. Thank you.
All right then. Go ahead. Deputy Mayor Webb and then.
So yeah, well, you can start in operating, memberships, travel, education. I think we talked about this, Bob. Sorry, page 15.
Okay, thanks.
Apologize. 21, 210. I mean, 12, we talked about maybe knocking that down to 5,000.
Yep, through you, Mayor Martin, that's showing a roughly a $10,000 increase over actuals. So we could probably reduce that for about 5,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you know that? Okay. Gary?
So information and technology. Is that in addition to the 30,000 we did just earlier? Is it completed last year, or is this more? We're gonna do more? Or is this our maintenance or our monthly fee, or just what is it, I guess?
This is the operating cost only, so that would be everything from our contracted services with microwage. It would also be anything that we would have for the operating budget that is IT related, say, for instance, the GPS project that's included in the budget. While the capital component, the purchase of the units would be in a capital budget. In this line item, there's also $1,000 a month included for your monitoring and reports. And the other reason why that amount is higher this year, budgeted higher, is that none of the users or none of the managers at HPM have access to Keystone software, and it was recommended that they do get this access. So that has increased that amount by a little bit, but most of the increase is for the proposed adoption of the GPS system.
So if that left the farm, then we could revisit that and reduce it down there, because I think it was 1,000 a month, I believe.
Here, yes, you're absolutely correct.
Okay, so maybe we can just put a pin in that till we get to that other section.
Anything else with regards to admin?
Are we good in capital too?
Yeah,
Like everything?
Yeah, we're gonna continue through
Okay,
this.
hold on.
Give me a page, that's all.
Hold on. I need marks back here.
$86.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
96, I apologize. Architectural drawings. Municipal building concept drawings. You know, we've had, I don't know, I guess they were the concept drawings before. These are for actual architectural drawings, but given what we've talked about earlier and the number of projects we have on the go, I think this is something that probably we won't be addressing for at least a couple years now. So, well, or exactly, or more. These are architectural drawings. So to me, we're not going to be moving on this anytime in the next 3 to 4 years. So we have architectural drawings done that might have to be updated moving forward. So something that, as I said, yeah, we could address moving, but I don't think that's just my vision. I'll open up to the rest of the council to see what they think, but I don't think we're anywhere near moving on that project yet, so.
So, through you, Mayor Martin, with respect to the architectural drawings, the concept here is to have a shovel-ready project for when grants come. However, if it's council's wish to delay the drawings, we can certainly do that, 2, 3, 4 years, whatever is council's. We did budget 20,000 prior years, so we keep that there as a base and add to it in coming years.
So, and that's, yeah, we've always tried to get shovel ready, and that was the intention here. If a grant came up in the next year or two and you wanted to try for it, you won't be able to because we don't have any paperwork to go with it, and that's what we always fall into. So that was the idea. If you want to leave it out of there, we can leave it out of there and just where we can.
I completely understand that in terms of pre-planning, but my whole point is, as I said, and I don't know, I'm not an architect, but if we get into this, as I said, if we get drawings done now, Travis, are there gonna be those, or is there any guarantee those drawings are gonna be just as good in 5 years if we move ahead in 5 years, or we move down?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't think the drawings, Bob, were ever gonna be like the build drawings. They were just conceptual still, were they not?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I think the intention was to do both. There were more conceptual drawings to be done, but also to have architectural drawings completed.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it's possible that they may or may not be what the new council wants, or at the time suit the purposes.
That's what I'm saying is the possibility we would have to have new drawings done because of regulations changing. In terms of building or building, or
There could be some changes.
okay, thank you.
Would they be good enough for a grant though? Like as far as what paperwork you need to put in for a grant, would they be in the ballpark to be able to let us at least apply, or would they be?
It would definitely be in the ballpark if it's the right size and that sort of stuff. There may be the odd change, depending on code changes, that sort of stuff, but nothing huge.
And that's usually the way it goes through different councils, usually the concept, whatever council decides what's gonna be there. For the most part, any of our neighbors that have done, they may have took 3 terms of council to come to fruition, but but they were on the shelf and ready to go, so.
So the drawings would maybe be not permit ready or not for construction, but
Yeah.
close.
So anyways, yeah, so we can pull that out of there. It's just if anything comes up, just realize you're not doing anything. So I was hoping that we were gonna have some sort of a plot plan out of it too, that we could start making use of the Midtown property, where right now we don't really know where the building's gonna go or what it's gonna look like. So really Midtown, as far as putting any, like we have in the reserve there for that portable group, the coverall building, that can't go in there right now until we know where the building's going. Otherwise you might have to move it. So it would probably be worth pulling it out too and making use of that money, because we're not gonna need it. So. Okay. All right, so you wrote that down. What any other thoughts there on the architectural drawing? Out. Okay. It's kind of a vote anyways, so, because okay. We'll just mark that, it's bold, and when we get to we'll have to do those individually, though, we won't be able to vote them all together, because everybody's gonna have a different opinion on different things, whether it's a fixed line or the architectural drawing. It's like we won't be able to do a lump vote at the end. Some of the things we're gonna have to pull.
That's fine.
Okay? Yeah. So, okay, what else is on here? Go ahead.
GPS, I don't think with the present climate, we should probably look at maybe just putting that on hold as well. And then we can go back and revisit that 10 grand or something in technology that we had bumped it up. So my opinion is we take it out. I can't, it's pretty expensive, for the equipment. 2, monitoring is expensive, and cost justification in my mind just isn't there right at the moment. In my time.
Through you, Mayor Martin, if we proceed with removing the GPS item, we can take 12,000 out of the operating budget.
Okay. All right then. Anything else in there? Any administration capital?
The asset management, I mean, that's legislated. But they don't pay.
Through you, Chair, I wish they did, but they don't. It is legislated and there's no direct funding from the government. We were able to get $8,000 funding for 2024's deadline, but that is just for small municipalities to get them going. And so for 2025, we wouldn't have that available to us. And so this is, view and share, this is the last, shall we say, leg in the full recognition of life cycle costing for all municipal assets. And it also, there's also a requirement that all municipalities have a study of service level standards and what it would cost to increase or decrease those service levels. So this is taking the inventory of assets and the costing even further to what would happen if we needed to increase our service level standards. What would it cost? What would that cost be going into the future?
This comes about every 4 years.
Future, I hope it doesn't come every 4 years. After 2025, that is the last leg. And then, of course, every single year we have to keep it up. Certainly that's a key, that we have to maintain the database and maintain these this information based on what we actually do in the year. So this size of study, absolutely not. It should not happen every 4 years.
And this is a 25 expense.
Future, we have to do it in 2024, but the deadline is in 2025.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other things there for? Admin?
Yeah, if I may, through computer hardware replacement, we've had that about 3 times. How many computers are we like? What's it replacing? I guess is the question.
Future, that would include not just desk computers, workstations, but also any laptops, any servers. I believe we have a server that will have to be replaced as well. It might be a tad light based on how dependent we all are on these things, but I think we can get through next year unless there's large increases in prices with the 15. It's been at that level for a while. And we do use it. And it's also any miscellaneous items that go along with computers, like, you know, if we buy a couple laptops and things like mice, the whole thing gets included in that. So over the course of a year, it does get used up.
So this is a capital cost, but it's an annualized figure for maintenance of our equipment. Am I
Future, it's essentially every year we know that there's going to be hardware that has to be replaced. It's something that is just, there's going to be some that you don't have to replace this year, but a year, 2 years down the road, we're going to have to. So we know generally every year we're going to have that expense. So it's not operating in the sense because it's actually capital items that we're buying, but it's kind of like a recurring capital cost.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Great then. With that, we can move into filming. Robert? Start off on your operating. 24.
Mayor, and presented my budget for the building, bylaws, animal control and planning department at the last budget meeting. There was at the time, there was no follow-up action requested, so we can answer any questions now the council said.
Any questions for Travis? No.
Yeah, but if you, I won't get into too much, but a couple of them, they're like membership, training, education, Travis, and then repairs and maintenance. Is there any way you can move on either of those?
That's great. Is that my page, Lionel, or is that?
Page 25, yeah.
Add that in the ships and training.
Through Chair, I might be able to shed some light here. I think the bulk of the difference between the budget and the 2023 projected actual is the training and education line. It was budgeted for 8,000. This is in the supplementary book. I'm just giving you some extra information here. It was budgeted for $8,000 and the actual projected actual is 2,000. So I think a lot of departments are slowly getting back into this sort of professional development, training, education mode, and I think 2023 again was kind of light for that. So I can't speak for Travis, but I'm guessing that, you know, the feeling is that in 2024 we need to start getting back into this to keep current. In 2024. Travis did decrease it from 8,000 the budget to 6,000 to recognize that there wasn't the full amount of the budget spent. So there was, Travis did decrease that line item a little bit.
So that's.
How are we getting to 13?
That's not the right page up there, right?
No, what I'm discussing is the fine level of detail at the GL level. So I'm just giving you extra information. So what's included in that line is the training education line that I just spoke of. There's also mileage included in it of $1,000 and education conferences for 2,000. So that line item includes all those things, but the training education is where you see the difference from one budget year to the next.
Okay, so my whole point was, is the 6950, is that for the actual, is that a somewhat accurate number? I'm just saying it because there are a couple thousand we could trim off either of those.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Mayor, we did reduce it a bit, and part of the reason we didn't spend as much this year, you know, we had Rob as a part-time, and so that I didn't get to do a lot of training during that either. We have Dale now, and we have to get Dale trained in the sewage systems because we have to take that over in November. It also brings in another conference, the Ontario On-Site Wastewater Association Conference. I'd like to see Dale or I attend each year. We'd alternate on that. So we have chopped it down a bit. Try and make that work.
Yeah. Like you said, you'll be pretty close on all of them. So I think I already talked to you about it. The way you could get me 1% off that, off of that one by the next meeting. The 1% on that would be what, Lionel, $4,000
To share 1% on which amount?
is operating.
So if we go to page. Okay, off of 458, 646.
Sure. So it'd be 4,500 then too. Sorry, yeah, I'm looking at the 392. Yeah.
It would be.
So we have $4,600.
It would be approximately $4,600, yes.
Try.
Yeah. We can certainly have a look at it and see if there's somewhere there. The one we did bump up, we talked about at the last meeting, was the legal, because we have some.
And I don't want you to, I don't, like I said, if you're, I respect that you got another employee there and he needs training and all the rest of that, so I don't want you cutting into any of that. But if you get it as close, maybe you can't get to the one, get as close to the one as you could, right? So Mr. Mayor will
Take a look at it, like,
appreciate that.
when it comes to voting.
Better he does it than us, right? If he knows what he needs.
Okay. We'll take a look at that, Travis, and see if it's possible.
That's pretty much it. All he's got is in truck, right? Okay. Just the one truck. Capital is your cap.
98. 98. Thank you. On your vehicle there, Travis, will you be looking at a truck or an SUV, or what are you thinking there?
For you, Mr. Mayor, that was priced at a vehicle just like we have here, so kind of worst case as a
Okay.
size truck, and hopefully we can find something less than that in SUV. Or a smaller truck for sure.
Yeah,
Does it have to be all-wheel, obviously?
It would have to be four-wheel drive.
Yes, yeah,
Plain chain, four-wheel drive is about all we need.
yeah, no, I'm just sure.
I got a Jeep for sale.
Yeah.
Need the muffler.
So yeah, there's not much in there. Is there any questions around that? Okay, and then the bylaw enforcement. Page 26. On there, no. Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Flanker.
Through you, Mary Martin, the revenues, says gross operating budget on page 26. The revenue for 2024 is 6,200. And 2023 was 700.
For you, Mr. Mayor, some of that revenue will come from our trailer park licenses. So this year we, as council's direction, we have the 7 trailer parks. We charge the $100 per park. Next year we'll include the $10 per site in addition to that.
Depending on the capital side there, that the page 98 again. Well, that's
Excuse me, through you, Mayor Martin, one more question, Travis, material and supplies. That you projected just 50 for 2023. And I think it was spent 2,060. Why the difference there? And then same with membership and training. That will increase. And advertising and communication
26.
levels. That's 26, yeah. There just seems to be a lot of increases there. Can you explain?
Sorry, materials and supplies.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the 3, Mr. Mayor, the 2,000 that we had in there. That was in hopes of having our AMP bylaw approved and some ticket books and signs and
okay,
et cetera. Done in 2023, or at least on its way.
Okay.
So we didn't get to a whole bunch of that, so that has been bumped to 2024. And also added a little bit extra.
okay, that's great, thank you. And the never mind the memberships and education, I think I understand that one. Advertising and communication has doubled.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the advertising that was put in place our hearings officer, which we just recently advertised.
Right. And the professional services and contracts, are you expecting 5,000 for that?
So. Through you, Mr. Mayor, again, that's for our legal, and we have a few files ongoing with bylaw that may take some legal, and it's not long getting up to 5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Just for clarity, does that roll into just the building reserve, or do we have a separate building legal? You know what I mean? Like if the building gets into it, do we use that, or do we have our own legal fund, do we not?
Through you, Chair, it goes into the building reserve fund. Reserve.
But if, okay, so through you, further to that, then if we get into a case here, then where do we draw funds from? Do we draw funds from the legal reserve, or do we draw funds from the building reserve, and how?
If it was budgeted in the operating budget, it would just be funded through the operating budget, but if it's something unforeseen and it just kind of pops up, then we would have the option to draw from the building and bylaw reserve.
Thank you.
Any other questions there? Okay, and then, for the capital side of the bylaw, there was nothing there. Okay. Animal control, it's pretty straightforward. I don't think it's much to do. Page 21. No review there, so is there any questions around that? Seeing none. Planning department. Budget books, page 59. Isn't. Nothing. Right then, so. Are there any other questions for Travis with regards to this budget? We've got everything noted there about this place.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, 2 items. The chief building official was asked to search for a 1% reduction in its overall budget. And the vehicle anticipating purchasing a smaller vehicle or perhaps a sport utility vehicle. A Jeep with a broken muffler.
2014. Specific here. Colors. Being told her what you want.
Price reduction for muffler issues.
Okay, all right.
You know what you got approved? I know what I have approved.
You can explain to me.
Gotta find you 1%. Thank you.
Travis.
Look in the seats. Always change down the seats of those trucks.
Okay. All right then. All right then, so we're gonna move into fire.
Yes. I know. I got paper cuts. You want back.
Ray,
Why isn't my camera working?
it was on,
Is it on?
it was, it's not now, there you go.
There he is.
Okay, so 8:45. Ray?
Okay, first of all, good morning, everybody.
Great. The operating for fire services. Any questions for Ray on?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I asked you about a few of these, last time, Ray, I think I just asked you about advertising communication. And there were a few things there, you talked about the pagers and whatnot. So I'm just gonna kind of maybe ask you what I asked Travis is, if I'm looking for kind of a 1% decrease in that operating budget. So for you, it'd be what, I don't know, 6,300
If we're going by,
or 6,700,
yeah,
Yes.
through you, Chair, that would be closer.
So if possible, could you possibly cut 6,700 from this? Which would be 1% for us for the next meeting. Like, to me, it's easier.
For you, Mayor Martin, I would have to look for that, because the advertising communications, there's not going to be very much I can do with that at all.
Mhm.
I'll have to look through it, Mayor Hart, and see where I can come up with that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. As I said, I said the same thing to Travis. He might not get to the 1%. Try and get as close as you can to the 1%. Because that's
Okay.
kind of like the number we're looking at getting to. If we don't, then as I said, then it might be us that ends up cutting some of this, right? And I'd rather have you guys as managers make the cuts that you want rather than, you know, the cuts that we might have to make here at the end. So if you could get it as close to that number, that'd be very much appreciated, right?
Okay.
Thank you.
The operating for the fire department. I think it was pretty broad there, just look for 1%.
Okay.
Okay, so then we're going to capital side of yours, Ray, I think page 103.
Yes, page 103.
Okay, so we've got quite a list here, Ray. I don't know if there are any questions around the capital for the fire. I think we talked about it last meeting. Go ahead.
Just the last one, and it's more maybe a clarification, a fuel lock, fuel monitoring and tracking system is being charged off to fire. Is that fire's portion or is that the fuel monitoring and tracking for HVM?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that is for the whole township, all of HBM, parks, building, roads,
Yeah, okay.
all of us.
Okay, thanks, Rick.
That cover it, Len? You had your hand. Okay. All right, so. Any other things there?
We're done.
Mhm. Okay. All right,
We didn't do council.
We should do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're back.
Okay, so quickly.
Yeah.
Did we get an answer on the materials and supplies that will wait for what? Council, so 20 something.
Yeah, I don't think you got it.
Okay.
19.
So just to summarize, fire chief has asked for a 1% reduction in its overall
Yeah.
operating budget. Okay. Thanks, Ray. See you later.
Good, thank you. That was too easy.
Don't say that too loud.
For you.
Yeah,
We're not done yet.
Yeah, don't say that.
3 more visits. Okay,
One
so.
more.
Sorry,
One more.
your question was.
So yeah, materials and supplies, we're. You know, over by
Yes.
4,000. I was wondering what brought about that.
We'll answer that. Through Chair, there was additional information requested for the 22,600 projected actual. There were Christmas lights purchased that were in that area, but they were supported by the council initiatives reserve, so we can decrease that projected actual from 22,600 to 5,722.
Almost 6,000.
So
6,000.
I can't add those numbers.
Okay, so basically there's a number in there of whatever, 17,000 for Christmas lights that got added into that. It should have been,
That is correct. It was offset by the council.
okay, so the actual then is 5722, you said?
Yes.
For materials and supplies? Or which one there?
Yeah, materials and supplies. So there, to me, is another. Whatever, 8 to 10 you could take off there, no? If we're only using 5,700, do we need $18,000 in supplies?
Looks like your actual is about 6,000.
10?
Yeah, so the
Yeah,
actual.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is everybody good with 10 off that? Down to 8, we're only using 6. But yeah, so there's another 10. that we're getting from. Have this done today.
Yeah.
I thought first.
Oh,
Your hand up, or-
through you, Mayor Martin, it was mentioned earlier, the tree planting program, $5,000. Typically, that's every second year. So if you wish, you can take that out, we can put it in next year or lower it to 2,500 and do it 2 years.
Just for clarification, but I thought we used to put 10 in. So I'm wondering, is the 5 because we're doing it every year? Do you know what I'm saying to you? Did we split it? I don't know.
I can't remember that 5 doesn't seem like
A lot.
No.
a lot.
That's all.
No, through you, Mayor
I know we did
Martin.
it every second year, but what I'm saying is, did we do 10 every second year? And the reason it's 5 is because we're gonna do 5 every year.
No,
Through Chair, that was the total amount that was budgeted in 2023.
Was it just 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been
Oh, okay.
5,000.
Okay.
So-
That's something to do with, I
so you
like,
can either take the 5 out or you can put 2,500 a year in and make it easier next year. It's only 5 grand, but
I like the program personally, but.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Do whatever you want. Thank you. Do it.
well, yeah, like I would suggest that we do, somebody suggested last time that we do it half and half instead of just pulling it completely out. So why not put 2,500 and 2,500 and then it'll be 5 for next.
25 is a light.
Cool.
Through you, Chair, there's no tree planting reserve. I mean, and it's not
Oh,
like a
okay.
capital program where you can kind of operating lines are zeroed out at the end of the year. So it might be cleaner if we just do the whole
Sure.
thing out.
That's good with me.
Take 5 out, do it next year.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
that's good.
No, yeah, no, exactly, because it's not in there, then you have to carry it,
Yeah.
you follow it,
Right.
you gotta draw, so yeah, just do it every 2 years.
Okay.
Then somebody's gotta remember.
Through you, Chair, I'll remember.
We got that, don't worry.
Write that on your hand, Bob.
That's right.
That's all I
I
do.
never washed the
That's
hand.
right.
That's,
Through you, Mayor Martin, so,
Or-
sorry,
yeah, did you have something?
But it was answered, asked and answered.
okay, memberships, travel and education for council. That's quite an increase. Can we take something off of there? Membership, travel and education.
It's 6.
Yeah, like I think is that for conferences and everything, Lionel, and
Through Chair, it's
Mileage?
for a lot of things. It's for the conferences, it's for memberships in different organizations. Let me just fly over to that. Yeah, it's for a lot of them, the education, training, mileage, conferences. So, yeah, there's a lot of different things included there.
so usually the first year of the term, it's maybe a little heavy, but for the now out, it should cut back anyway, so you're probably pretty safe. But that's up to council, like, you know, if you want to knock 10 off of there or something,
I'm just thinking 5.
5 even be probably safer.
Right, reduced 18,000. How much you paying 5?
I'm good with that.
But yeah, 18.
Okay,
May know that I'm not 5 after there. Well,
Reduced to 18,000.
And through your memory, no, the community grant, environment grant, private road grant, council initiative. What we're doing here is bouncing it back up to its original level. So, okay.
The suggestion I had there was if we do it one more year and just let it run its cycle and then we can review it next year. Maybe, you know, some of them, if they're not getting used, I'm sure we'll look at, you know, the one I was looking at was the environmental, like, but I just thought we were late last year starting, so if we can let it run a cycle of 2 years, maybe next year we can look at, maybe it needs adjusted.
Chair, I just wanted to bring up a point about those. They are all funded. They're a bit of an anomaly in the operating budget. They're all funded from the admin reserve. So if we were to decrease that transfer to the private roads grant reserve, it wouldn't decrease the tax rate because it would just decrease the transfer from the admin reserve. So we decided, council decided last year that rather than increase the tax rate to put these in place, that we would fund them through another pot of money that we already have.
Yeah, that was a change last year, but. Okay. Anything else in there?
There's it's we have a transfer to community improvement, and it's a balance of 67,000 there, is it? Or we're reducing it by 67, and either way, well, why, I guess.
Through you, Chair, the first year we started from ground zero, so we didn't have anything in the reserve. Council decided that, okay, we want to have 75,000 in the reserve to, you know, use throughout the year as necessary, and throughout 2023, only a small part of that reserve was used. So what's happening in the 2024 column, that amount that's budgeted is basically just offsetting what was used in 2023 to get it back to the original level.
Okay, thank you.
Takes it back to the 75,000.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Other questions? All right, then, so what changes were on there, Buck?
Through you, Mayor Martin, to summarize the council budget. Materials and supplies, removing 10,000 from that amount. $5,000 tree planting program is removed from this budget to return next year. And $5,000 reduced from conferences, travel, education.
Okay. Okay, good with that. All right then, so that brings us to, we have enough time here if you want to go into Terry. After lunch is got Terry's schedule. I don't know if you want to do that now or wait till after lunch and come back.
Lunch.
Okay, well, lunch is normally 12:30, but if you want to do it now, we can take it now and come back. So lunch. I don't know if the stuff's here, but okay, motion for break, moved by Councilor Doherty, seconded by Deputy Mayor Webb, all in favor? And that's
What happened with that?
Okay, motion to resume the meeting, moved by Councilor Doherty, seconded by Councilor Clement, all in favor, and that's carried. Okay, we're gonna move into economic development, and Terry's here today, so Terry, we're gonna start off, well, page 17 is what I have here. The operating budget. And was there any questions? Was there anything from the last meeting, questions around it?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I noted only one, and that's something I discussed with Bob. Summerfest wasn't isolated as the others were, and ought to have been. So Summerfest was a carve out of 3,000. So it's under. We didn't utilize last year the shop local, so we had used monies within the budget for that. So that's something to make note of that.
So there's no Summerfest in here right now?
That's right.
And what's it?
It was $3,000 last year.
So this number should be 56 then.
No,
That's correct.
Like that, they.
Okay, no, yes, thank you for
That's correct.
referencing, yes, 56, 371. Mhm.
Yeah, wait,
is that something that we could perhaps address through another account, IU council initiatives when the time comes?
That's what we did last year.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Martin, we could absolutely do that.
We just put that out there to council.
And maybe next year you can incorporate it in there and.
For you, Mayor Martin, I will, certainly, thank you.
And through you, Mayor Martin, I'm not sure, who our economic development officer, fire and ice, we talked about an additional 10,000, I believe.
Yes, you'll remember that I supplied a draft budget. And with all items in, the estimate was $26,000 roughly for the event. And with a $2 entrance, as well as some fundraising, and sponsorship on top of that, we should be able to bring in roughly $17 to $20 in sponsorship. And the recommendation would be to have a safeguard of a contingency fund of 10,000 allocated just in case.
We should be able to bring in 17.
17 to 20,000 in sponsorship.
20,000, okay.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Ed, I just, sorry, because I have notes written down here, but not enough notation. I have fire and ice written with 26,000, is that?
That's correct. That's what we
okay? And then
estimated.
And then I have plus 17, so that's the 17 you're talking about in
The
memberships.
17 reference was what we thought we could raise realistically in sponsorship.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Councilor Clement.
Through you, Mayor Martin. So Sherry, are there any grants available?
Through you, Mayor Martin, there certainly will be grants available. We did apply, like the committee applied, you'll remember in spring of 2023. We were unsuccessful in that application. It wasn't, I mean, the grant that we were successful for in 2022, that is no longer available. So we had sought out another one, I think it was Ontario Tourism. I can't remember exactly what it was through Ontario, the Ministry of Ontario Tourism, but I can't remember the name of the grant. We were unsuccessful there. We would do the same thing in the spring of 2024, apply for a grant that would then relate to 2025.
Oh. Yeah, okay. So Sherry, total, how much do you want from council for fire and ice total?
In total, you'll note that there is the $26,000, which is a rough estimate for the event.
Yeah.
We think that we should be able to raise the better part of 17 to 20 grand. But we think there should be a contingency for roughly 10K if we're not successful in getting all of the sponsor dollars, as well as unanticipated costs.
So you're saying it's total 26 minus the 17 or 26 plus the 17?
Minus the 17.
Okay.
The contingency that you're talking about, like, I don't know how many events you have through the year, but if there was a contingency there and it didn't get used, like it might not hurt to have a little bit of a cushion there to for anything else. Like if it doesn't get used there, we might need it at one of the other events, or at least.
For you, Mayor Martin, that would give us that padding would allow us to take a more proactive approach to with some of our planning. These events relate to what we've done in previous years that have been successful, and we have knowledge and experience to draw on in terms of our estimates. But if council requested, or if there an opportunity presented itself that we wanted to take something new on, I would have no buffer within the budget to tackle those things. So a contingency that we could draw on for an event like this and others would be very helpful.
So in the past, we've used council initiatives, and last year we used quite a chunk of the council initiatives, and like I think we used 30 grand or something. 34. So that might be good to put it, like, it's nice to see you have your own budget, and then we can keep an eye on it easier. Before it was always in the admin. And you know, if you have your own contingency there, like, we still have council initiatives, but, and maybe last year was a heavy year, but it's nice to have that little, that's what it was all about, is helping things like this, but, and if we find, you know, if you don't use it, well, we can look at it again, just a thought for this year. Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Fire and ice, it's got 4,700 in there right now, right?
Through you, Mayor Martin, when we prepared our budgets, it was back in the fall
Mhm.
before,
Yeah, the other.
exactly, and we took a leadership role in the coordination.
I guess I'm trying to figure is the 47 in the 26 total amount and the 47's coming off because we'd already get it? But I'm trying to get to 26 less 17 is 9, and if I've got 47 in there, that means there's 45 left, then we're coming up with 45. I'm just trying to get my arms around this. Thank
Through
you.
you, Mayor Martin, so the 4728 reflected the our fireworks commitment to the Fire and Ice event. So you're quite right, that is bundled into the 26,000. It's noted,
So now we're down to 5.
that's right.
21,000, a little over 21,000, 26,000.
But I'm taking the sponsorship money off. Okay, may I follow up question was there no balance left over last year from fire and ice?
Through you, Mayor Martin, the chambers, in terms of what, so for everyone's benefit, the chamber received a grant, worked with the Fire and Ice Committee, and the chamber utilized all dollars within that grant.
Okay, had to be spent in the year, which was okay, but thank you.
Happy?
Through you, Mayor Martin, going up to number 6, gateway signs for 21,700. Can you give me a breakdown of that, please?
Through you, Mayor Martin. We discussed this at our last council meeting. It's a value that has been carried forward from previous years. We've kept it in there with the notion that eventually we will go through a rebranding exercise. And the rebranding, of course, would typically when you exercise on your rebranding, one of the very first deliverables is to change your signage. And so gateway signs for every main entry into our community has a gateway. We've done an inventory of those gateway signs. They all need at some point, I would say in the next couple of years anyways, to be replaced because they're aged. But the information we know is factual in terms of our population and consistent across all signs. And this was, again, something carried forward. In my discussions with Bob, for 2024, we're executing on our strategic plan. It'll be a challenge to deliver on the strategic plan, to lay all of our projects out and to work on them. Rebranding typically is informed by your rebranding, or excuse me, your strategic plan. But I'm not entirely sure if that will be a 2024 initiative. We have it here if that becomes a priority for council. But in our discussions, it was an unknown and better to prepare for it just in case.
So the money that was there, like I remember when we got the signs, and I always thought, like everything, we had from the time that we purchased all the signs, that we were supposed to be contributing on a 10 or 15 year, because I know we used it one year. They rebased the gateway sign at the Four Corners here, and she repainted it or whatever. And I don't know where that came from. I thought it was out of the sign reserve. I thought we had one, but anyways, it's so maybe that's where that money that's carried forward. Is that just carried from last year?
That's my understanding.
Okay. All right then.
So the 21's a reserve?
It is monies that have been allocated for gateway sign replacement, is my understanding.
So you share, not that I'm disputing what you're saying, but last year, an overall amount was approved for economic development. It wasn't a line by line presentation like this, and council rightly so said, okay, moving forward, we should have a line by line budget, which is a good idea. So the 21,000 was not approved as part of last year's budget, and it's not a capital item, so it's not carried forward. Anything in the operating budget can't be carried forward. It just gets cleared out at the end of the year. So it may have been included in theory in the amount of money that was approved in total last year, but it's not like a separate item that can be kind of carried forward.
I got that, but did we tax the taxpayers for it to pay for it, and now it's going into reserve? Because at the end of the year, if we don't spend it, it goes into admin reserve, right?
Through
This
chair,
particular account.
yeah, through your chair, it all depends on whether that was included in theory in the amount that council approved last year in total, so. For 2023, council approved 49,225, that global amount for economic development initiative, so. Yeah, it wasn't approved line by line, so it's harder to, yeah.
Through you, Mayor Martin, this could lend a little more to that conversation. When I was preparing my budget last year, just to guide my process in executing my job function, I was also drawing from earlier versions of Brian Grattan's budget as well. I mean, even some of those earlier versions had reference to gateway signs, oddly enough, so.
Okay.
Yeah, to your point, yeah, I know we had discussed it last year. As I said, I don't know if it was itemized. It obviously probably wasn't itemized. I'm just wondering, moving forward, Lionel, should it be in the operating budget, or we should have had this as a separate kind of capital item, as you said, to keep it just separate, because it's a one-time deal, right, Sherry? This is, how many signs was there? 6 or 7, I believe.
I think through you, Mayor Martin, there are 7 gateway signs to my knowledge. And so it would be a one-time capital expense.
And this is just, sorry for the rest of council's info, this is something that came through economic development and was passed by the committee.
Through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct. It came through the Economic Development Committee's recommendation to council a number of years ago.
So yeah, sorry to you, Lionel, is that?
Future, it could be moved to capital. I guess it would become an administration capital item if council so chose.
It'd be easier to track it.
That's what over there.
And we could, sorry, through you, we could piecemeal too, put half it this year and half it next, if possible.
Possibly.
Yeah,
if
it's
not
do it
something
if
we do, exactly.
Something along those lines, but I think it should be a capital item, because it was. Don't put that truck in there when we want to put them.
Okay. Good. Anything else under this? Pretty straightforward, like I say, it's nice to see it all itemized and it's easier to track, so. Any other questions for Sherry? Okay. All right.
If I just made a comment, I like seeing it like this. I think it shows people these initiatives that are happening in the community are being a little bit paid for by us. And I think the feedback, and I'm only one person, the feedback has been good of the functions we've had this year, the success we've had in them. So just an added comment. That's all. Thank you.
Have the tent at next week's function.
Go.
You can go in here, Bob, or no, okay.
Ladies first.
I'm seeing 2 here going. Go ahead. It's there.
There you go. Go now. There you go.
Okay, through you, Mayor Martin. Okay, so in my understanding, the gateway signs, is it possible to cut that in half? Are we replacing those gateway signs this coming year or within another couple of years?
Well, you're on the
Depends what-
committee.
Pardon?
You're on the committee.
I know, but I don't,
Okay.
sorry.
It probably could be this calendar year. I think if we do it, it'd probably obviously be towards the later half of the year now. But something that I said, we've discussed this for over probably a year and a half at the committee level. So if we could, it'd be nice to get moving on it. So
Okay.
We'll probably go through strategic plan first.
yeah, well, that's
That's it. So that's why it'll probably be later. Otherwise, you can make the decision on it next week.
exactly.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
And they are long overdue.
Just for clarification, so we're adding 5,000 for fire and ice, right? That we decided on supplemental.
through you, Mayor Martin, because when we sat down, Bob and I had thought 10 was a round number that sort of reflected potential overages. Now that we have 5 already identified within the budget submission in front of you, it would be 5 remaining.
Okay, so just, and this is just for more a line of thing. So moving forward, are we gonna keep the fire and ice fireworks separate, or are we just gonna put that all in? Like I'm saying, are we gonna add the 5 to the 47? Or we're gonna add another line that says fireworks and then another, say 5,000 for supplemental items or whatever they want to call it.
They changed the word fireworks to fire and ice expenses.
Through you, Mayor Martin, it would be easiest for me to administer if it was simply a fire and ice event costing. And that way the flexibility could be fireworks, but it could also be some other element of the actual festival. And then we wouldn't have to adjust our templates or anything like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just to that, I was just wondering if as you said, maybe not me, I just figured that the fireworks would be something that would be constant, but as you said, maybe. Give you more latitude to play with the money. Okay, thank you.
That's got her mic on there. Okay, go ahead.
So through you, Mayor Martin, perhaps to simplify, as our economic development officer indicated, if we change the name of the account to fire and ice expenses
Or event,
or event and just make it a $10,000 line item, that includes the additional request of today.
what? So what's that mean for the number now?
Nothing. It's just. Does it?
Oh, if we're taking 21
Yeah,
out to go to capital, and we're going to increase it by 5.
5,200.
No, I just wondering what the end result,
It adds an additional 5,000
but on what number?
on the bottom number.
Okay, and then we'll take the 21,700 out and do a capital account budget for it.
Yeah.
I just want to get my arms around exactly what we're doing.
Sherry, can you help?
Yes, if I could jump in, how I understood it was that there is currently 4728 in there. And that if we round up to the 10K, that allows for a 5 or a little more than a 5K contingency.
Mhm.
And that gives us the wiggle room that we likely need for that event. So it would be a 10K line item as opposed to having the 4,700 for fireworks and a separate fee for contingency for the event.
So the 53 would jump to 58.
That's correct.
And then the capital,
Isn't that's right, minus the 20,000.
And through the Mayor Martin, the CapEx admin would be removed, is my understanding from the takeaway.
I'm not sure about that.
no.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, everybody was clear on it, was just me that was outstanding.
We'll find a way to present it that, yeah, I'll just separate it on this sheet.
Yeah, the gateway signs are going to capital, so will that bottom number change? That'll be, it won't be in the operating, it'll have a separate that. Gateway signs will be in a different column.
So you chair, we can take it out of this page and put it in the capital as any other capital project would be, and then it would be funded through, in this case, the tax levy. But it would be in the capital budget.
okay, so that. So through you, Mayor Martin, I just want to clarify on that. This, whether we put it to the capital item or not, it's funded through the tax levy.
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, so really this number is the right number. It's actually 58.
Through you, Mayor Martin, thank you for clarifying that, Bob.
Gary?
Okay, we're gonna leave that at 58, so will next year's budget come out, budget 58, actual what? If we take the 21,700 out, and what's the change going to be in the future?
Will be 58, the 21 would be
36,700,
Transfer.
36,700.
No.
not transfer, but
Through you, Mayor Martin, if we do in fact install the signs this year, that expense will take it down to zero. So that 21,700 will be gone. And this budget, depending on the activities of 2025, will be 53 less the 21,700 that we've already spent.
If we don't, we transfer to reserves and then transfer back out for next year.
If it's a capital item.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's,
If it's not spent, it'll become a capital, it's a carry forward item capital.
So it won't go back into the admin like it does normally, it'll go directly. Okay, got it. I did.
you making sense, final?
Yep, we can deal with that through you, Chair.
Okay.
There's mine.
Okay, any
So,
other?
just so everybody knows, we decided 5K. So.
That's right, that's right. That's good.
Okay.
We've added 5K, but we really have taken 21,700 out. If it doesn't go next year, anyway, it's I got it.
Okay. Any other questions for Sherry? Walk in there, Sherry. You know, like I say, hopefully everything can come together. It's a real challenging time with volunteers and things like that. So some of these events are gonna be a real challenge to get people to do.
Through you, Mayor Martin, I've been lucky enough in the last week or so to have another 4 or 5 volunteers come forward that are new people to our community within 2 or 3 years, looking for ways to sort of inject themselves into things like this. So it may be not, you know, you might find that the committee represents spaces you'll have to be introduced to, which is unusual because you usually know these spaces because they're on the same committees as everyone else.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think that that certainly will be a huge help to us in terms of moving things forward.
It's needed. Okay. All right then. Thank you, Barry. I think that's it. So what do you have there then, Bob? Do you want to just recap it? To make sure.
Yes, so through you, Mayor Martin, so the recap is the Fire and Ice fireworks. Will be changed to Fire and Ice expense. It'll be topped up to 10,000 versus the 4,728 that's there. Other changes, possibly add 3,000 for Summerfest. That's a consideration, which may come from council initiatives. And that's it, I think. That was all the changes.
Okay. All right.
For you, Mayor, thank you, council members.
Thank you. Great. So next one. Next, we're moving in Josh online, or is he coming in?
I'm not sure. Hey, he was online this morning.
Josh.
He's online? Okay, no
He
worries.
says he's out there shoveling snow.
He's shoveling snow.
Hey, Josh, are you there?
Hello, I'm here and just trying to get my video on.
No,
There we are.
Go back the other way, it looks better.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. So, Josh, we're gonna start off on page 51.
Okay.
You're operating.
Yep.
And start off with her. You asked everyone else, you'll feel left out if you don't.
That's right. So. I think your memberships, training and education, did we get that figured out?
Yes, we were able to get that down to $6,190.35 was used. So it's recommended we keep it at 11,200 because we all need the new training for the splash pad this coming season. And I'd like to take some training also, and we have Sam coming up and he's going to get some training for the back room after his contract's up, if he's still around, and same with Steve with his professional designation training.
In terms of, were we adding, I don't have a breakdown, maybe it isn't here, but the 2 new positions we're adding? Where are we? So special events operator. I take it these are included in the personnel line?
Through you, Mayor Martin, perhaps Lionel could speak to that.
Sorry, page 53, I apologize.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
On the.
Yep.
The number 2. I know, like we've discussed that before. And I still think it's something that probably we can go ahead with. But we haven't really had a discussion with a lot of those groups yet, so I'm just wondering if, once again, that's something maybe we could just hold off on. I like the idea. I think everyone's a good one with the idea, so I don't want to get rid of it, but I'm just saying I don't know if we're ready to move on it.
What is the idea, sorry?
Special events coordinator,
Oh, okay.
around
gotcha.
like sports and whatnot. But we'd like to actually get out and kind of have maybe a meeting with all the groups together to hear, if they have, what ideas they have in terms of if we did move ahead with something like that, what they would like to see.
Okay.
How they think we might be able to help them or whatnot. And I don't think we've really had a lot of those discussions as of yet. So just saying maybe that's something we could hold off on until 2025.
Sorry, through you, Mayor Martin. And just to support those comments, perhaps it would help budget and it would help the discussion here at council if we could better define that position. So if you talk to the community groups and sports groups, and we could better define what we want that role to be, and then perhaps bring it back to a budget. When it's appropriate.
I just put that out there to the rest of the council.
Okay, you can hear me anyway. Well, I think we need to know what the person's going to do. I mean, I can see summer activities, but going to winter time, we have skating. We just have the arena, really. What is that? Anyway, just define role would be good, and that's what you're going to come back with.
Yeah, so what was that, Josh? Like, so I know I talked a long time ago about some person to try and make better use of our facilities. Is that what that was intended? Or to me, the way I read it, it was something that you were thinking for a person that goes like, I don't know, the two things that are listed here, both would, the overtime relief person would be able to help you with all these. Like when we end up having fire and ice and all those things that we end up requiring staff to be there. The overtime relief person, will that help with that? Or were you thinking that the special events operator was gonna help with that?
To you, Mayor Martin. Yes, so I'm not sure about the sports coordinating position, what their role would be, but definitely the overtime relief person would be able to step in and assist with that.
Okay, so along with what Deputy Mayor Webb's saying, then if we were to eliminate the special events operator until and if it popped up that, we have the meeting in June or July and things happen, that might be to get something kickstarted, we may have to look at council initiatives if council likes it. So but for this budget, we could probably leave that out of there, do you think?
To you, Mayor Martin, yes, so that person was also going to coordinate indoor summer sports, if that was something we were gonna go forward with.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there might be a way of working that out too. So I think for today, like, if the one person is a start, and then we can look at that other person once we talk to the groups and council's comfortable with what it would look like. If it's feasible, we'll do it. If not, right now, though, it might be a little bit of ahead of the curve here until we nail it down, because we don't really have an answer what it is exactly.
Yep, I agree.
Okay. Councilor Doherty?
The overtime relief person, Josh, is that overtime related to coming in to open the town hall, to open the community center, look after things, or is it a generic overtime period that we're just trying to get a little closer there?
Through you, Mayor Martin. So the overtime relief, that's for the special events in the summer. That would be splash pad checks on the weekend. Anything that's not necessarily relating to a building issue coming up, that would be our still would be our existing facility staff that would take care of that.
Is there any chance we could look at a contract person? Because with your system you got now of event booking in advance, we're going to be able to, I know there's going to be things that pop up, but could we have somebody that says, yeah, you got to do this, here's your schedule for the next month that we know of, as opposed to drawing on the 3 people that we have now. And I know it would be a little more difficult for the splash pad because there's training that has to go on for that. That might be an anomaly in there. I don't know. Just a thought. Thank you.
So, yes, Councillor Jordy, there would be so this person, if they are to check the splash pad, they would need the splash pad training. And it's Saturdays and Sundays, so we can definitely give them the entire year besides pop-ups with the scheduled and special events and every weekend for the splash pad. So a contract position in that sense would work, yes.
Just a thought. Thank you.
You're
So would
welcome.
this be, so we had a position last year, the year before, like, because even in the winter, we run into problems with moving the nets and things like that, like, you know, you just can't use the referee all the time or whatever, and then we had a girl in there that was kind of helping on the weekends for that type of thing. Is that what this person would do too?
They can also do that, but we have, we're currently relying on our backup cleaner to help out with tournament dates for skate sharpening and net
Okay.
removing. Yeah.
All right. Okay, so as long as you're covered, because yeah, it's gone full circle there on help when somebody's out on the Zamboni and there's nobody in when the washroom's overflowing and stuff like that. Been there.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Bev?
To you, Mayor Martin. Josh, the overtime relief person, would that eliminate all overtime hours?
Through your Mayor Martin, no, I had looked at that and we've kind of come up with about 60% of overtime would be eliminated. Just leaving a margin of error for anything that comes up in the facilities.
Good, Josh. Okay.
Oh, I
Yeah.
did one thing to add. I apologize, I didn't add this, so it's not Josh's fault that it's not in there, but I imagine I think it's included under his budget is for maps and property. So there should be a line item in there for 15,000 for maps and property
Or
for upcoming projects this year. So I think we talked about it it's like a couple years. We're probably gonna be limited in terms of the money we have, so I believe this year committees approved, or looking at approving a sign. Kind of a gateway sign there, a small. Couple $1,000 gateway sign to get away from the $40,000 or $50,000 we were looking at before. And I believe we're gonna be applying for a grant for the Talking Forest app to work with the school. To put kind of, it's not a geocache thing, but it's a interactive learning thing for the kids. To use over there in the park. I believe the grant amount is around 10,000, so I mean, our contribution, I believe, hopefully will be up to 10,000, so I'm hoping 15,000 will carry us through till next year, so. I apologize to council that it's not in there, it's not staff's fault, that's my fault, so.
right. So we'll continue working through parks operating. Is there any? Oh, Lionel and
Sorry, through you, Chair, we can make a note of that. So with that, Deputy Mayor, would that be an operating budget item, or are we talking about an addition of a capital project?
It's a, yeah, I guess it's more of a capital, but I mean, I thought, I don't know, I'd have to ask Josh, is the Matheson money, do we have a separate, is it separated out in the Parks and Rec accounts, or?
Through Chair, there's no separate activity for Matheson.
No, it's just generally has been coming out of parks. So maybe moving forward, that's something that we have is another at least column that could separate it out. We know how much we're putting in, how much we're taking out every year, right?
Future, yeah, we can add accounts. So with the 15,000 being an addition to the operating budget item for like materials and supplies for Matheson?
No, yeah. I'm sorry, you're losing me on the accounting side of this. Yeah, I know what you're getting at. I really don't know where it should go, but because the number will change from year to year, right? But I imagine, actually, I guess you could leave it in as operating because there'd probably be something, and even if there's nothing for a year, like the odd year, you can leave it at 0 for that year and not forget about it. So, yeah, I think leave it in. I would put it in operating somewhere at the bottom of operating, just so it gets separated out, so that somebody asks, because a lot of them, like whether it's library, other ones, we have their own departments, but. Same with kind of Act Dev for a long time, it would just run through admin, right? So that's why we separated out this year. It just makes it easier for people to look at and be able to break down what's going on there. So. Is that okay, Lionel? I think we can do that. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Martin, perhaps I can suggest, given that through inadvertence, the Matheson item is being added today. So there's an additional 15,000 adding to our operating expense. Perhaps this year, we could, if council so agrees, we could put that in our council initiatives expense for this year, and next year add a Matheson line item to our budget.
Yeah,
It saves the operating.
Whatever everybody else thinks. I think because we took 15 out already with the thing, so to me it's kind of a wash, right? We took off with the special events coordinator, so we're adding another 15. So we're not really messing with it too much. But to your point, yeah, if you want to go lower, I'm okay with leaving it as operating costs.
And it's something, because it's an advisory committee, there's still a lot of. It's gotta come through council still to see if, we're in favor of it too, so. So without. Like I hate it when we're starting to use all the council initiative while we're just in the budget process. It's gone before we pass the budget. And then we're looking for money because it was a cushion for later. So, so along with what Hart's saying there, if it was included in there, at least it's, I see both sides here. It'd be nice to have it. So I just worry about using council initiatives all at the beginning here.
That's what I'm getting at, is if we just have that.
You're pretty sure this is gonna come, something's gonna come to council on what you're looking for?
Oh, yeah, they'll definitely, like, what looking at is the sign will definitely be here within the next probably couple of months, right? And but to me, I'm envisioning that'll only be probably the last 2 or 3 grand tops. And then the grant, we can't apply till like June 15th. So June. And then you have to wait, so I imagine we're not gonna hear back from that until probably the fall, so. You know what I mean? I think that 10 would be able to carry us through.
So what you were saying in the beginning then was that special events, take that 15 and put it into. Like hold it in there somewhere as a number. So it doesn't really change anything, it's just
15 special event.
To Matheson line, it's not expensive.
Yeah,
That's right.
That might be safer to, yeah, I would prefer something like that, if it's identified. Is that okay, Lionel, does that work?
Yep,
Just change the wording there. Okay. All right. Our operating's got a lot of pages, so. So we've got the part.
Okay,
Yeah.
there, through, Mr. Mayor, contractually. What would, hypothetically, is that one contract or two or three? What does that make up, Josh? If you know off your head.
I'm sorry, are we still on page 52?
No, actually, I shuffled the deck here. I'm on 55 now. I thought we were moving off. Sorry,
Okay.
Josh.
Oh, no problem.
55 is the very last number, and it was 19 last year. We spent 14 and we're getting 22.4. Just kind of wanted, just what is it, I guess?
So through you, Mayor Martin, the contractual services is, would be all of our outhouses that we have all summer. They are, that's pup for any tree removal. That's any outside contract work that we have. We have a guy that bush hogged the Toboggan Hill. Simpson Electric with putting up the Christmas lights and putting up the banners.
That's good. I get an idea. That's fine, Josh. I just was kind of want to know what was going on. Thank
So
you.
there's different ones throughout there, like when you get into the arena, there's a contractual there too, I think.
Yes, I did see that also.
So that's probably like Black and McDonald or whatever, those type of.
Yeah, those are that's our Simcoe accounts and
Yeah.
anything in relation. It's the heating, so that's HVAC, that's that kind of contractual work.
Okay.
So going back to contractual, Councillor Doherty, we were pretty much maxed out on that budget. This is going off of year to date total at the end of August. So come December, when the Christmas lights went up, that 19 was absorbed.
Thanks, Josh.
You would see that we've added 34, and that's to in hopes have photo cells put on 18 of our poles that have our Christmas lights on them right now. They're on 24/7, so that would turn them off during the day, which will extend the life of those LED lights. So hopefully we wouldn't have to have those Christmas lights restrung as soon as we did next time.
Okay. All right. Anything else? The one thing, oh no, never mind, that's capital. So. Beth, go ahead.
That's for you, Mayor Martin. Gus, you just said that the contractual position of 19,000 was spent. Like, I'm just kind of curious of why that 19,000 is not in the actual. If that's what you actually spent was 19,000, because you were budgeted for 19,000 in 2023. According to this.
Through your Mayor Martin, yes, that's correct. So that would be my fault when I was projecting year-to-date totals in months in advance. I wasn't aware that we were skating so thin on being right on the money for that.
Okay, so
So
you
that's-
budgeted this year 22,000, that's 8,000 more than you spent last year. Are you expecting that much of an increase?
So we are going through, so we've added 3,400 to hopefully put photo cells on the poles, and then going through further on down the line into capital, we've added Christmas lights in Cordova, which will come into contractual services for the electrician to go up and hang them and take them down also.
So the actual that Bill's talking about, so I think it's at 14 was supposed to be 19, it's just an error on the page there.
To you, Mayor Martin, that would be an error on my fault, because I wasn't,
Yeah,
I didn't
okay.
realize that we actually come right on the money at year end on that, so. Yes, you're correct, that should be a 19.
Yeah, so it's only 3,400 more.
Okay, so
Yes.
it should be, it's not 14,
No.
it's 19, okay.
Yeah, and then the extra 3,400 would be adding photo cells to these poles.
Okay, no, that's fine, Josh. That's fine. Your material and supplies. I mean, the actual was $30,000. Is that just for the park, the new water park, or is that all the supplies that you use throughout the whole operating of Parks and Recreation?
Through your Mayor Martin, that's correct. That is all the supplies that we use all throughout the whole operation. With that extra $1,000 that you see was recommended to add for fuel.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Some of the things, the benches and that, the Lions bench has to be added, and the 2 benches at the Patterson Park are already done, right?
To you, Mayor Martin, yes, the 2 benches are picked up, paid for and installed. So we would have the expense of installing the Lions bench. I believe it was $770. The Lions were to come back with us with the go-ahead on their end for half of that. We've yet to hear back. So if that does happen, our half would be $300 roughly.
All right. Anything else?
I had a question around page 56. Sports field operations. So we're high last year. Is there a reason behind that? You might already.
Through you, Mayor Martin, yes. So the reason that we're high on that is we had some work done in the ball diamond in the infield. We brought up the elevation. We had, I believe it was 7 or 8 loads of fill made up from drains, and we had a contractor spread that around. So that is why that is high for the actual. We're through capital, we're budgeting to come up another 8 inches. So we had figured that we would just keep that the same at 3,300 going into 2024.
The other projects run through capital, or we're gonna redo the infield?
Through your Mayor Martin, that's correct.
Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say forward that operating.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Is there any more questions for operating?
I'm just gonna ask Josh, because I've asked everybody else. For Josh, I asked all the managers to see if they could possibly cut 1% from the budget. I mean, I think you got 2 budgets here, so you got Parks and Rec and Parks. So I'll look to I don't have the numbers. I think Parks, you only need to cut probably about 1,000, around 1,000, and Parks and Rec is what? Less than 5, isn't it?
Through Chair, so I'm looking at page 55. So for parks operating, I see 105,235, so that would be around $1,000. So the other one, I'm not sure which one you were.
Parks and Rec, so I got a 457, page 52.
Yeah, if you were doing the same thing, you'd be looking for $4,500. Yeah.
And just, as I said, I've asked this to all the managers, Josh, maybe you can't get there, but if you can get as close to that number as possible, maybe for us. You know, and as I said to the other man, don't be cutting anything you think you need, but I don't think it's a huge number we're asking for in a lot of these departments in terms of the overall number, so hopefully there's some savings that we can come up with somewhere.
So through you, Mayor Martin, I've gone ahead and I've come up with $4,066.40. I've taken $3,500 out of building repairs and maintenance for parks. So that's any sun shelters, that's the splash pad house, that's any building that is in a park. They're all relatively new. Last year we used 1,000 out of that, so I've taken 3,500 out of that. I'm gonna leave 2,000. And then in facilities operation, we've taken out the rug rental for the Lions Hall, and that's a savings of $566.40 annually, which brings us to $4,066.40 in savings on operating.
Okay, well, thank you. This is,
Wow.
I'm glad you're ahead of the game, but anyways, yeah, just for the next meeting, and it's just so the rest of the council kind of.
Mhm.
Thank you, sorry, thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
that's good, Josh. Like you said, just confirm that it's not gonna leave you short at the end, like double check your numbers there. It's easier to have it now than it is to ask for it later.
I will, thank you.
Right, so is there anything else under operating? Go ahead.
Hi, Josh. I'd like
Hi.
to say thank you very much. It was a good report. And, yeah, I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so we'll move into capital then. So I don't know, the capital, building capital. Or what is it?
7106.
Facilities? Yeah, there's. I think, I'm just catching up on the numbers here too. Yeah, I think it is 106, you might be right.
100 facilities capital.
Oh.
Like,
Okay.
there you go.
Yeah, so, and that's, I'll start that off, that, you know what, Josh, that 24,000 for flag, I would call that, I was me that, you know, because you can't put them to the top, but I had thought there might be like a fix for them, that something like $1,000 or something, but put new flag poles up. We could put up with a half raised flag. Right,
But to your point, Mr. Mayor, if it needs to be fixed, do we let, you want to leave a little bit in there?
that's what I was hoping to leave a couple, like, I don't know what the number is, though, I don't know what flagpole people charge, but when I was saying that we need to get them fixed, to get new ones, I don't know why there can't be something, mechanism put inside them. So, yeah, I don't know what the number is, so I'd be guessing. Bob?
So through you, Mayor Martin, this expense was coming from the admin reserve. I would suggest we leave it there and direct the supervisor to get a repair, which will be significantly less. You will then retain roughly 20,000 or more in that admin reserve.
Okay, is everybody okay with that?
Yeah,
Sorry, that's 100, so we're gonna change the description then, right?
To repair?
To repair and leave the repair at 24, so we're all right spending 24,000 on repairing it?
No,
Okay.
through you, Mayor Martin, we don't expect to spend 24 on the repair. We need to leave some money in there, and whatever that repair costs, then the remainder will remain in the reserve. We expect the repair might be 4,000 or 5,000. I'm just guessing.
But one of the things you hear about when a contractor's bidding on something and they see 24,000 there, are we gonna get any realistic repairs? Because they might think, well, they got 24 grand of it.
Well, 10.
Anyway, yeah, like it might be better to put a little lighter number in there, just like 10,000. And then we can keep an eye. I think that's high too, but it's just better than 24, unless somebody wants another number.
I'm more concerned about the description,
Yeah.
because if you take out the new flagpoles, now we're talking about repair and repairs. Get a quote, I don't know, I guess they could read it that way.
Councilor Clement suggested 6.
6, because if you, like, you'd say, if you have too much there and you put a contract, we're better off 6, if they come in a little higher, we can always change that afterwards, right?
Really, if it comes in more than 6, maybe next year we'll be talking whether we put new ones up. Like, I mean,
Exactly.
that's gonna be the other thing.
There you go.
So if you could, is 6 okay for everyone to put
Yeah.
6 on there?
Let's do it.
Okay,
Okay,
6,
all right.
let's repair.
Sorry, just through your, the furnace, is that just a regular natural gas furnace that we're replacing and it's for the minute this building here that we're in?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that is a regular natural gas furnace, and that's going to the town hall.
Well, town hall, yeah. Still point way down there. Yeah, that's good.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
Yeah, facilities, the only thing I'm concerned, and I know we have a little way to go, but we don't have anything started in there for anything at the town hall. Like if we do decide, we wanted to redo the area that and reuse and make use of the basement. Right now, there's no money in there for that, right, Josh? Josh?
To you, Mayor Martin, that is correct.
So the basement's just gonna sit? Storage?
To you, Mayor Martin, we are in the middle of having our facilities looked at. We had a fella come through and he was taking pictures for. We're gonna go out and I do believe, CAO Bob might be able to correct me, but I do believe we're going to put out a survey for the fate of that building.
Again? Okay, go ahead.
So through you, Mayor Martin, two items. There was a facilities inspection or one coming up with respect to asset management planning. It is part of that plan, so those facilities are being inspected and reviewed. The other item with respect to Old Town Hall, we did do a survey. The survey indicated that the building should be saved. So Let Architect did come and make a presentation to council. They are now asking for feedback on what you would like that building to be going forward. And they are prepared to do some planning and some work on that building. Okay. They're waiting for council direction.
So we've got money in there for the survey then? Like
The survey was done.
It's done?
It's done.
Okay,
We did the
All right.
survey last year.
that's good. Okay, as long as we aren't hung up. Okay. Anything?
Sorry. Yeah, Mayor Martin, so skip the survey, I understand that part, but the people that went through looking at the facilities, we have money in here for that?
I think that's part of our asset management development line. I'll explain. Through you, Chair, yes, that's part of the asset management program. There was money approved mid-year this year, and so that covers all the activities related to that, including the building condition assessment.
Thanks.
Great. Okay. All right. Anything else on the facility or buildings? All right, so. So the Parks and Rec on page 106, is that, might jump up together or not, or? So that's Parks and Rec capital. Rec and Rec capital, and then. Looks really good. I'm impressed that it's still in there, but with that, all of it, like I think it's we did do some adjustment. I don't know, we haven't done any on this one. So the community center precast and concrete stair and railing, that's on the southeast corner of the building.
Mayor Martin, that's correct.
The arena. You at the arena or the,
I'm on page 106.
what item was it you're sorry?
Community center precast concrete stairs and railing.
Oh, gotcha, thank you.
So
That's to the Lions Den, correct, too?
no, it's the one to the washroom and it goes down to the basement on the end there.
So through you, Mayor Martin, that's that precast concrete stair and railing that services both upstairs and downstairs. So that is the main entrance to the downstairs rental space for the Lions.
That was the order. Okay, pickleball court. Is, what's the plan with the pickleball court? Is that to do like, down here? By the train tracks, or is this a new pickleball court? What are we talking about?
Through you, Mayor Martin, so this is a price for a new tennis pickleball court on the new proposed property. So we had priced out a new pickleball tennis court while we were speaking about a dog park, so we were relocating all of our equipment, and that's the price to relocate that particular thing in the new proposed property. The sports and recreation complex field.
Okay, it's going now with the dog park.
No, with the ball diamonds.
Okay. Okay, that's something that, I don't know, I get, we talked about that, but I don't know if it's something that can be incorporated, because we got the sports recreation field right
That's
after.
where it is over there.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying, like, we're gonna build a baseball diamond. I believe the plan is to build a soccer field, right?
I don't think the soccer field was in there.
No,
No.
a parking lot and a new pickleball court. Okay.
Really are
Josh,
we
how many
adding to?
people have asked you in the community about building a pickleball court in this around here?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I said, do you get a lot of people like our residents ask about pickleball courts or why we don't have them?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I have not been approached at all about anything in relation to pickleball.
I have been from the lakes, from
Well,
Old Lake mainly, but
I understand, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to gauge if it's for
it's
everybody.
the
right?
biggest thing around right now. We're
Can't wait till we get the sports complex done.
Okay, so moving on. We'll revisit those. West End concession parking lot.
Through you, Mayor Martin, so that was I was asked to price out a parking lot off of Concession Street to service that park. And that was the price that I had received from Drains to do, I believe it was 15 by 25 with parking curbs on the medical center side. The county has also gave us permission to put in an entrance for that.
So we're talking about a parking lot on the south side of.
Facing the medical center.
inside the guardrail there. Like when you go through, there's a rock there right now.
Yeah,
So they were looking, this was last term, but,
but I'm saying it's on this side of the creek.
oh, yeah,
On the north side of the creek.
But do we not have an agreement with the medical center to use parking at their facility?
Yes, we do.
yeah.
And how long does that go for?
10 years.
And how much does that cost?
No,
It's free.
Free?
It's included in the arrangement.
Havelock dog park fencing? Sorry.
So through you, Mayor Martin, so that 55,000 was priced out judging off that particular piece of property. There is already an existing fence on the north side, so this is 3 sides of a fence plus separating a little bit for big dogs and small dogs and some gates. So that is the price of the required fencing. If
Is that
that,
in the west, is that in the West End Park, Josh?
that is, yes, it is.
May I clarify the dog park? It has not been decided yet where the dog park will be. But I do appreciate the pricing that you've done, so it does give us an estimate of what that would cost. Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome.
Sorry, and through you, Mayor Martin, I would just like to elaborate on that just a touch. Through you, Mayor Martin, we did include that price just to give council an idea of what if we pursue a dog park. We do not have a specific location yet. That was not decided. So we included that price just to give council an idea of what fencing would cost.
Go ahead, Gary.
I'm sorry, I had my hand up, but I didn't get the question of the West End concession parking lot. Is the 55 include the driveway, the entranceway? Or is
Through
it
your
just,
Through you, Mayor Martin, yes, that does include the driveway, the parking stones, I believe that was also asphalt.
okay, thanks.
You're
I
welcome.
was just really getting this right.
So all of these items are in the Parks Reserve, like they're coming from the Parks Reserve, they're not taxing.
Through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct.
So when you come back to the dog fencing, you know, if such a thing, once we're done studies and decide if we do want one and where it's gonna go, and we came back, we could look at that reserve. Is this the Parkland Reserve or just Parks Reserve, Lina?
Through you, Chair, it's not park land. We wouldn't be able to use it for
Okay,
necessarily all those items, but it's just the Parks and Rec Arena Reserve.
okay.
What do we have in that reserve? Because we're going to use what? For the expansion 1.3. Is that taking away from the 1.3 that we already have in there or should have in there because we've got the project underway? I'm just a little tad confused on that.
For you, Chair, with all of the items in the budget on page 106, the Parks Rec and Arena Reserve would go down from about 735,000 to 122,000 at the end of 2024. So the amount for the arena, for the support of the arena, is already taken out.
So a long question short is we have reserved the 1.3, it's already in there. So this reserve should be 2 point something. If we're going to take 8 out, we should be down to 1.3 then.
Through Chair, it didn't completely follow that, but I know the amount that I have forecast here for the end of 2024, that being the 122,000, that includes all the commitments for all of the capital projects that we've had prior to 24 and in the 24 budget.
So the caboose pond there, Josh, like you've got 13,000 in there for that, and I know there's been a lot of money over the years put into that thing. I don't know if there's any other ideas for it. But it's kind of one of those things that we just keep putting money into it. I think Deputy Mayor Webb talked about this last meeting, and I just wonder if there's something else we can do. To still keep the appeal there as far as, you know, it's the center of town, but I don't know. Like I say, I think we've done it at least 3 times. We've done work on there, major work, and it's still a problem, so. Maybe we just leave it and plant some stuff in there, I don't know.
Mayor Martin, we could definitely omit the water and just make that a garden space if that's the direction council would like to go.
Up to council, it's like it was nice and it's, you know, but like it has been a problem and you know, I've seen them. At some of the places I work at, same thing, they only last so long.
So to you, Mayor Martin, that's why it's this is a complete new water feature.
Yeah.
We're not necessarily sure what the issue is, so instead of another costly repair, I do believe the last time we had just spent about $5,000 on that, so this was just a whole new repair, or like a whole new line item on that, so yeah, we could definitely make changes to that.
Okay. Flagler, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Martin. A couple of questions. One, your park utility tractor. Is there a problem with their tractor? That I'm pretty sure that you got one of those 360 tractors last year, brand new, which you said you were going to keep that one for a spare. But now, is this another new tractor that you'd like to purchase?
For you, Mayor Martin, so did upgrade the zero turn. The old zero turn is being sold. It is currently on Gov Deals. This tractor is a 32 horsepower. It's a utility tractor, so it has a bucket. It has a PTO hitch at the back where we would be able to use implements. So this is we try to maintain our ball diamond with a lawnmower, a riding lawnmower with no deck and a drag mat. It is hard to maintain the grade with the equipment that we have. So this particular piece of equipment will better maintain our ball diamond, and we could also use that up in the trails in the Matheson property to maintain our trails. We are starting to get some growth into the new screenings. So this isn't a piece of lawn cutting equipment. This is a working tractor. This is a new item. This isn't a replacement.
Okay, now it says here a replacement of a 2004 3/4 crew cab.
Through you, Mayor Martin. So this is the replacement of our red 4-door 2004 Chev that we currently have. It is a 2004. Its life expectancy, according to asset management, has a useful life of 0. This should have left the municipality 13 years ago, so it is up for replacement. It is relatively good shape. It's still running fine, so we would be able to hold that on for another year if council wishes, but you will expect to see that come back again.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it would be at a higher price also.
Okay, thank you, Josh. I understand that you do need new vehicles. My concern is, you purchased one 3/4 ton truck, or maybe it was a 1/2 ton truck, yes, last year. And if we're replacing them in so many years, so now like in 5 years, we have to replace one, and then the next year we gotta replace one. Do you understand what I mean there? So it would be nice if you could get another year out of it, because then that would give us a 2-year buffer from your first truck that you got. If I'm being mean, please tell me.
No, through you, Mayor Martin, that is honestly the situation why we are in the way we are in now. If that vehicle was replaced, it would have been on a different replacement schedule as the other one. They wouldn't have been so close, but I do hear what you're saying, and we can hold on to that vehicle for 1 more year.
Thank you, Josh.
You're welcome.
Jerry, Josh, the 2004, how many clicks are on it, and what's our repair bill been over the last year on it?
Through you, Mayor Martin, we are sitting at, I believe it's around 177,000 kilometers, and the repairs are very minimal, just maintenance. So we're brakes, tires, and oil changes.
That's mainly your summer vehicle for the students and stuff for getting around for grass and gardens?
Through you, Mayor Martin, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, the one thing I had on here, Josh, was plow harness, which is $3,000 for your new truck. So you have the ability to help out in the plowing and make better use of that truck. I don't know what your thoughts are there, but you know, it is a 3/4 ton, and it would suit to be able to do a little more work. So
To you, Mayor Martin, yes, if I have done this lot, if you're just speaking about the arena parking lot, I have done this lot with a 3/4 ton when I was helping out with Public Works. And it does take the better part of 2 hours when you do have a significant snowfall. Just we can do it if need be, but that just keep in mind that there is a time on that.
oh yeah, I didn't mean to do it. I mean to help out though, like as far as, you know, when the storm's happening, if you can if there was a way of helping out when there's a, tournament on or something like that, or if there, it might be hard when they're there, but even just to get prepared before they get there to keep the front door clear. Just that kind of thing. I wasn't meaning to do the whole thing all the time, but just a thought there to make better use of the truck, because with the public works there right now with where we're at, they have 2 plow trucks and no backup. So that 11 that you had there had a plow harness on it. Did it not?
To you, Mayor Martin, it does have a plow harness on it. It's currently still on the vehicle. The V blade that did originally come with, Public Works have decided to hang on to that for a spare. So
And that's what that's what I'm talking about, is they have a plow. If you at least have a harness on your truck, that one won't fit, but if you had one that fit, and lighting, you can at least help out they may need you to help them if one of their trucks goes down, which they do regular.
Absolutely, I agree.
I'm a little confused. Are we talking about the truck we aren't buying to get the harness on?
No, the truck that they already have, I'm just adding
That's last year's buy?
yeah.
I thought he talked about the 2011 that went to public.
No, it had a harness on it. I was just getting clarification that it had a harness on it. So this one here, the new one that they have right now, doesn't have a harness on it.
Is that a 3/4 ton too, the last one?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Heavy work to do. Okay, thank you.
So. Anyway, so that was just a thought of if there was something in there to to make better use of the vehicle and be prepared, so.
Yep.
I don't know how you can. Where that could come from, but Bev, go ahead.
Yes, Josh, it just come to me, sorry. One question about the ball diamond field grade elevation. Do ball diamonds normally sink? Like, I'm not understanding the issue here with the water coming from now the parking lot, and the ball diamond is lower than the parking lot, and 8 inches, that's quite a ways. Could you explain of how that could come about?
To
I think it is.
through you, Mayor Martin, so when we did our parking lot elevation, it does help out with some drainage, but we do have an excess amount that goes onto the field. After we've had the original work done in the spring, we did take care of a low-lying issue, but we created another one. That's pretty much how that went, and it did need 8 more trucks of fill to bring that up. So most of the baseball season this past year, and the rains that we get anymore, it doesn't just rain, it does rain about a month's worth at a time. So there was a puddle, more of a lake size in that ball diamond, and it seemed to be at the day of every game. So the coaches of the baseball team were out there with buckets and rakes hours before their game, trying to make that go away. So that's why we had just added $10,000 to re-slope the entire infield out to the grass.
And you think that'll solve the problem?
Through you, Mayor Martin, I definitely think it would help. There's also some sort of an underground trench that goes right across the infield. Since it has been disturbed, it seems to be a looser material, and it does seem to, with the existing dragging equipment that I've already spoke about, it is hard to maintain a good playing surface with what we have to work with. I think there's some sort of an underground storm sewer catch basin system that goes across over to Matheson East, and it does run through the ball diamond infield, and it does create an issue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So what I'm hearing as far as the 3/4 ton replacement, you could you could hang on for another year on that one?
To you, Mayor Martin, yes, we can hang on to that for 1 year.
No, like it's, well, we're gonna do a motion at the end, or at the end here, or is? How are you gonna do that, Bob? What's your thoughts? We were gonna get some, well, there's some numbers gotta come in here. Lionel's gotta put some of these things together.
Yeah,
so
through
we
you,
can-
I'm gonna change the number. This is all.
No, these are all
plus and minus.
reserves anyway.
But I'm just saying, do we want to get into this now, or do you want to leave it till the next week? I'd like to the next meeting. Last week. But, so maybe we should.
Yeah, we
Yes,
should,
if we want to give some direction now and then next meeting
Okay.
is done.
yeah,
So there's a list there. We can go through them one at a time.
but this is where we talked about before, is without voting on individual things, we can say what we want here, but once we're gonna have to vote on these individually at the next meeting, and they may stay and they may not, because we're all on different pages, so. So, but yeah, so now you can, you know, you can bring some stuff forward here and then,
Okay.
it'd be better to get it today.
Well, okay, let's start with the West End parking lot. I don't think we need that. I think there's enough parking already there for what's there. Have like dog park fencing.
No.
I realize it's something that we might go ahead with, and that's why I'm saying I'm willing to maybe look at a number of leaving, but I don't know what 55,000 seems a bit high, so. I'll look at Councillor Flagler, who's put, this is her baby, so. Is there a number smaller than 55, like 10, 15 to start it,
Sure, 10, 15.
rest of council? We don't.
We don't even know where it's
Oh,
going.
I'm just saying, we don't know exactly, we don't know
No,
if eventually we might not have a dog park,
That's
but the
right.
money's always gonna be there, it'll be there, so we can use it for something else, so.
No, I was just gonna say, I thought,
Oh.
sorry,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, so I thought that was done, I thought maybe we would just defer it, even just for like, till we got, figure out what's going on.
Okay, well, that's kind of what I,
Like, do you wanna cut it, do you want to just defer it?
Like leave it in there and just defer it. It's not costing us anything whether we use it or not. It's just in a reserve, but like it's not gonna help the bottom line, but
I'd rather see a smaller number next to it.
We aren't accomplishing anything by taking, when money's coming out of reserve and we're cutting it, we're not really doing anything, really.
That's
right.
Okay, how about,
So
I'll
it's an exercise.
I'll put it at there at 15.
I don't understand.
what you want the dog fence to 15?
Yeah, from 55 to 15.
That just means our reserves are going up then, eh?
That's right.
Yeah,
And then, I agree with the mayor in terms of the replacement of the caboose pond, something like that, yeah, and then there might be an expense to that, that's less than 13, but yeah, not 13. Ball diamond grade field elevation, I believe we do need that, it's, banner's good. Parks utility tractor, I've had discussions with Josh about this, I think I'm gonna give it till the next meeting, I see pros and cons to this. As I said, we do have a lot of equipment down there, and if we do buy the equipment, I wanna make sure it gets used. Doesn't just sit around and, cause it's not just that, it's, Lionel will test this moving forward. Everything, new thing we buy gets added to asset management, so it's not just a cost now, it's a cost going forward in terms of replacing it. So it's almost a double cost when you wanna start thinking about buying new stuff. I think, have we already taken out the crew cabinet? This right, okay. Yeah, just when I get down to the Cordova rink repairs. I know we've got grant money, the golf council realizes it's something we want to get done. Josh, when I was talking to you, you thought maybe the number wouldn't be as high as 200,000. Have we had any, have you had any other phone calls or looked into that where we might be able to move that number somewhere below 200,000, well below 200,000?
So, through you, Mayor Martin, with our discussion, we do believe we would be able to do what we need to do for 100.
even the height though, like,
Yeah,
like leave your, like, it's like Jerry said, it's in a reserve here, like,
It's not
you know,
money.
it's, yeah, like it's, just, but it's good that if you can bring it down to a reasonable number, but just leave yourself enough room for. You know, like, cause I heard 120, so, you know, you might wanna just keep 125 at least, cause it has to be done, we don't wanna leave ourselves short.
150.
Yeah.
That enough for everybody? Okay, that's 150.
50?
Let's go 150, we'll leave.
50, yep.
Doesn't really change anything, but more, we're
Yeah,
first.
that's great.
And yeah, I think I'm good with that. Oh,
No, it's okay.
sorry.
You can finish.
The other one was, I don't know. Because we're still kind of hung up on this sports complex and we're 210. I know it's not, we're putting, okay, I'm just gonna, I'll leave it like that for right now. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
All righty, through you, Jim Martin, the West End concession parking lot, I would like to see a parking lot put into that park. Not for parking at the dentist center. I mean, that's a pain in the butt, and that's why I think a lot of people don't go to that park. Because you're parking there, you gotta get your kids out, you can strollers, and then you have to walk around and come up the road and go into the park. I would like to see a parking area on there. I know you don't wanna see it, but I think residents would like to see that. I'm sorry, but.
Okay.
That's something,
You done?
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I was.
No, you're off.
I'm with Bev for half of that. I care not as much about the actual parking lot as to getting the driveway in before somebody changes their mind, like maybe that elite group in Peterborough, changing it. So I think when we got the approval, at least get the driveway in. I don't know, that's just my dime.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's been hanging around and, yeah, I think it's, probably, you know, one of those things that we're looking forward.
And you might know, but I invite Councillor Doherty to go up and look at the actual park where it is. In terms of the size of the parking lot that would be in there and what it will look like.
I've been to the park.
I know, but I just think if you put a parking lot there, it's gonna be intrusive on the park and it's gonna look like, you know, just. Gonna look like
I think it was a strip right along with the guardrail, right?
Yeah, I don't think it'd be that bad.
I'm okay with either way, actually. I just said, I'm scared that might pull the pin because law changes and then we're stuck with nothing and that our agreement does expire. And I know we know there's parking spots at the medical center. But somebody drives up to go to the park, do they know that there's a big sign there that says these four are reserved for pickleball courts and tennis courts?
So the thing that I like about it too, the one thing that bothers me at that park all the time is the outhouse. And if we have a parking lot in there that they can get that outhouse off the side of the road and into the parking lot and they'll do like they did on. I hate it, outhouse right on the street there, where this would solve that problem because that's one of the reasons it's out there is because the truck can't get in there to pump it, so. So it would kind of clean up the corner. Whether we do half of it now or whatever, but it's, you know, if we can do it all for 55,000, it's
With the other thing is,
yeah.
it's not gonna get done for 55. Then once you break the ground, you're in.
Is it gonna be ultra thin or is it gonna be?
Well,
an
no,
overlay?
and it's, well, no, thank you for bringing that up. It's an ongoing cost. So
Yeah,
once you
that's
turn it
right.
in, be prepared in 5 years that you're gonna have to pave it and recurve it and do everything else.
Yeah. I would just like one thing there is to get the signs down off the building. That would be, yeah, maybe we could just take that much money out of the 55 and get the signs down and haul the wash for this year.
Okay, so we have some things removed out of there. I know there's some things there that are still a little bit, you know, not everybody's on board with, but. It's pretty progressive here that what we have here, and that's something we've lacked for years, so that's why I was really happy to see. So many things in here, and it may be too aggressive, but the thing is, it's something that we haven't done in years, and that's why we're where we are, so it's really kind of exciting to see some of these things in here, because I know. everybody's sick of pickleball, but I've been bugging for 3 years and now everybody's putting them in and we're still hanging on. There are, put four of them in. They just open them in the fall there and they're full. Once you put it's one of those things, if you build them, they'll come, and our ball diamond is tired, our tennis court is tired, so. I would think this would be a dual tennis pickleball, right, Josh?
Mayor Martin, that is correct. Yep.
Yeah, because the other one's done. It's seen its better days, but ever since the playground stuff was in there, it cracked all over the place, so we.
So, to you, Mayor Martin, that particular space currently will need some work. We've had some repairs in the cracks with the rubber, but that does settle, so we will have to address that issue again. We have some grass growing up through it, and we will have to. We had it resealed, and that didn't really go very well with our users. The black was getting on their balls, and there was a guy going in there with like a self-pitch tennis ball machine, and it was gumming up his machine, so he made a point of saying that he wasn't coming back. So we will have to address the proper way to seal that asphalt once it's brought up, once we fix the cracks. There's some issues with the fence. So yeah, it is tired. It's been there for a very long time. It does need a facelift or a replacement for 56,000.
So those other items would go along with our recreation master plan as far as creating an area. Over on the old Norwood Road site. That would.
Yes.
So, okay. All right, so. Bob?
Through you, Mayor Martin, further to the mention of the old Norwood Road site, we did receive, and we do have money allocated, 160,000 for the sports complex. We did receive a quotation to start the process, to do a topographical survey of that property is $25,500. So before I give approval to the surveyor to proceed with that, I want to make council aware of that, and if we wish to proceed with that, I would like council approval to do so.
That's to lay it all out.
That's the survey to ensure that that property is in fact the way it looks, and then we can start doing some work there. Okay.
Okay, well, we've heard from the ball diamond side of things. We've been hearing from the baseball club for years, but something needs to happen and they're spreading it around and hopefully it keeps going. That's the other side of it. But anyways, like I say, there is some things we've taken out of there, not that it's going to affect the bottom line, but there's a lot of things here that would be really nice to see happen and get us moving forward. So I'll leave it at that. Go ahead, Councilor Doherty.
The standby generator for the community center, is that a legal requirement or just to be nice to have in case something happens for a place to congregate or backup for the, how do we have one now? Like, why is it suddenly coming up now, I guess is the question.
Through you, Mayor Martin, Councilor Dory, we do not have one. From my knowledge, it is not a legal requirement. This is where the people are supposed to gather in the event of an emergency, and we do not have a generator to provide a place currently.
But
we have. Through you, Mayor Martin, we have a generator for this building. We do not have a generator for the community center.
Yeah, okay. So during the storm, when they ship people over there for showers and things like that, we had power there, but if they didn't have power, that was in any of our emergency measures things. The arena is the gathering place, but if there's no power there either, there's no sense in gathering. They might as well stay at their house. So it's just a thought. It's not mandated that we have it, but it was just something to start getting
an emergency management item. Yeah.
Thank you. So. Anything else in there? Go ahead, Josh.
If I could carry on to that through you, Mayor Martin. So we are right in the middle of applying for a $50,000 grant towards a generator. speaking with our generator supplier that we've had. So the same company we have the office and the wells, the standby wells have generators. So that same company, this would be in and around $100,000 said and done. We need to speak with Enbridge about increasing our gas service from inch pounds to foot pounds to handle the necessary gas to have that run. I did receive a quote for a diesel unit, but it only had 24-hour runtime on a tank. So that going back to natural gas would be the way that we should go. But there's also an extra added expense to that. We've put in this 40,000 for this year in hopes to get a little bit of a head start on that. And if we are successful, we would have the better part of that if we get that 50 through the grant.
But still relying on the grant.
For 50, that's correct. But
Yeah.
if we are not successful, that is something that we could start budgeting towards.
Okay. Okay. Right.
It's for you, Mayor Martin. Josh, you probably don't have these numbers, but what is the cost of it per year for this generator?
Through your Mayor Martin, the cost per year would be based off usage.
Okay,
So if in the event the power was out in town for say 3 weeks, that is going to run for 3 weeks nonstop. So it would all be based off usage. So it would be hard to budget for natural gas purposes of what you would use. It would be impossible because you wouldn't know the usage in the event of an emergency. Yes.
right, but when you get, sorry, I'm being direct. When you receive a generator, that generator automatically starts every month. It doesn't sit there for 6 or 7 months and not being used. I mean, it does start every so often, that's right, to make sure that that's gonna actually kick in when the power does go out. So that's what I'm talking about. As for the cost of that, there should be some sort of a minimal charge per year for that.
Through you, Mayor Martin, so you are correct. It does run for about 5, 10, 15 minutes to make sure it does run. So there would be an expense to gas. And I do believe that there is a annual inspection to make sure everything is fine. And there's also an expense to that. So I do not have those numbers, but I can definitely investigate that.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
You're welcome.
And I think it's another piece that when it comes into asset management, there would be a life of that generator. So that'll be incorporated into your yearly cost. So,
Yes, okay.
okay. What else is? I think we went right through that list.
I think so.
Anything else in there for Josh?
We're all right with the Cordova Christmas lights?
Yeah.
Yep, they're part of the community.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Anything else? For today.
What? Have we cut anything out of there yet, or no?
The truck,
The truck?
pond.
The fencing, like lowered it, right?
Cordova Rink,
Relax.
lowered.
Yeah.
What about that tractor? Save that discussion, maybe that's what I said, so, okay,
Yeah, that was saved for discussion.
okay, yep. And then the Clover Rink was down to 150, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
What happened to we got the wetlands out, right? Is that what I heard?
No,
Then I'm
I have it as a maybe. It's,
you.
there's no decision on that.
Round 12.
Yeah,
next
that's,
meeting.
that's in as a remove maybe. Yeah,
Hammer that out.
dog fence removed, reduced to 15,000.
I can fundraise 20 in about 2 months.
Change the replacement of the flagpoles to repair. And reduce to 6,000. And supervisor was asked to reduce his parks budget by 1% and parks and recreation operating budget by 1%.
That's close to 1%.
Yeah.
All right then,
The precast concrete stairs and railing system.
yeah, well, if they have to be done, they must have to be,
To you, Mayor Martin, yes, during my career here, have patched that up a few times. I've had Travis come over and I've also met with Billy Chard and we've patched that for the last time about 2 years ago. It was recommended for full replacement.
that's where I said if the addition had it went there, it would have eliminated that. Would have been 15,000 towards the addition. So, anyway.
You know where these are.
No,
It's not too, well, again, that's an item we haven't decided yet.
yeah,
Again,
that's gonna have to come back because.
through you, Mayor Martin, Let Architects is waiting for council direction on that item. There was a concept drawing brought forward of the expansion. They were directed to reduce costs, however, they will need some direction on what you want that to look like and where you want it. So it is possible it could go in front of those stairs.
So,
To remember, Martin, I'm okay with the pre-concrete steps, as long as we aren't going to tear them out 2 years from now to put something in when we do the committee. So if we're absolutely sure we're gonna do it once and not take it out.
Right.
I'm okay with it, but if we're gonna put them in and take them out again, I don't see it as a worthwhile investment. That's just my opinion.
So we need to decide where that expansion is gonna go. And that will inform the concrete step decision.
Well, I think we're gonna need where we're gonna do a lot of things. Doesn't that grant have a time expiry date on it?
Yep.
So. But I think maybe it's time we made to some progress on that, perhaps.
okay. All right then, for today then, is everything okay? All right then. Okay, thanks, Josh.
Thank you so much.
So Bob's been summarizing everything as we went through each of the other items there. Is there anything else, Bob, that you?
No, through you, Mayor Martin, I think we've summarized every item. We'll bring those changes back to our next meeting. Treasurer will have a total as to where the tax rate is.
So you share if we include everything that I believe there was a consensus, and I can't change the spreadsheet since we're in motions, but if we include all of those items plus the 1% amounts that were asked of the various departments, we'd be at a tax rate increase of 4.4 as opposed to 5.5.
We're getting there.
Okay. All right then, so do you want any motion for just to direct staff to follow through with that, or do you need anything?
Sure, we'll take a motion, that staff
To direct
follow
staff.
directions. Given, and then we'll take confirming bylaw, and if we want to decide when we want to do this again. That too.
Okay, so motion for to direct staff to look into what we decided today and bring it back. Moved by Deputy Mayor Webb, seconded by Councillor Fleischer. All in favor? And that's carried. Okay, and next date for the meeting, do you want? You guys down
It's possible, but first in my mind, I forget over the time. I guess tomorrow's too early. When do you think?
So a week from today, we have a regular council meeting. 2 weeks from today, some will be at the conference.
So 30th.
30th is 3 weeks from today.
Too far off.
We
need to
have
get
to
this
move it
done.
to a different date on the calendar. If you want to
Good
do
date.
Wednesday,
We're not, are we, sorry, through you, Chair, are we married to Tuesdays?
not
No,
necessarily.
No,
most of
okay.
our meetings are Wednesday, Tuesday for here, Wednesday for county, and lately it's been Mondays and Thursdays at county.
Is there a county on the 17th?
No, I don't see anything there.
We could do it next Wednesday.
It's a, Lionel. You got the bulk of the work to do along with the department heads. It's, you think
Yeah.
that we can get everything done by then?
Future, I technically can't do anything until there's motions. I have a total and I can say that it'd be a 4.4% tax rate increase with all those changes, but really, I don't have a whole lot to do at this point until there's motions, so.
Sorry, I just asked you, so 4.4 tax rate. Not tax levy.
That would be through you, Chair, the tax rate increase. It started in the budget document at 5.5 tax rate increase. So with all of those changes plus the 1% amounts that were directed to decrease, it would be down to a 4.4% tax rate increase.
Okay.
All right then, so, yeah, so we can't do much until the motions, and that's, so all of these things will come forward, like you say, none of us. Like, I think some of them are, just, they'll be unanimous, but there's some things that'll require a motion and a vote. To finalize it, so. Yeah, so for today's meeting, we've done all we can, and the next meeting will require motions to, we'll have a ballpark of what we're at, but we're gonna have to have motions for all of those things that we discussed. And see what sticks and what doesn't, and that'll give us the final rate.
Providing we don't make some additional additions or
Yeah, like,
subtractions.
that's right.
Sorry, why can't we get like a draft or a preliminary number from you prior to getting the bylaw? It's going nowhere. It's just a number so we can work from. What is it a legal thing or an accounting thing or just a thing we prefer to do?
Yeah, future. Without the votes, I'm not sure that all of the items that were listed here, council would actually approve. There's been some good discussion, there seemed to be consensus, but to go ahead and make the changes, I think I'd be presupposing that it would vote in a majority for all those changes to be made. So then I would have to kind of go back in and take them out, and so it's until there's a motion, I wouldn't feel comfortable like making the change. I mean, that's just procedural type things. We could.
Okay, what's the difference between that and the budget? We come in with actual objective, none of the numbers are completely and absolutely accurate because it's a moving thing. So what is the difference with that and preparing us so we have something to work off it? We know it's going to need some massaging one way or the other, or we may not agree on it, but it's a stroke of the pen or a click of the key to take it out or change it. So I'm not sure why. Anyway, I can't get my arms around that.
So you, Chair, I think it comes down to when we actually make a motion to approve the budget, it will be to approve the budget as presented plus any motions made. So at this point, there's been one motion made. Everything else have been basically discussions. I just don't have clarity on whether all those items, I think there's probably about 10 or 12 of them were actually approved by council.
Yeah, so,
As a whole.
and I don't know how long the next meeting is, but that's what was missing here is the a motion for each thing, because right now, like you say, you're supposing, it is possible to, I don't know if you could have it ready for the next meeting, but at the next meeting, all of these motions could come forward.
We suppose all the time. Like, I don't know how you can do this process without supposing. That's a question, especially if it's.
I know, but to finalize the document.
What does that do to the number? Because I need to know that to make my decision, if it's gonna greatly affect it, not greatly affect it. And I understand his point, but I mean, if he says, I can't tell you till you pass the motion. What position are we in? That I'm voting on something without knowing a number that I'm voting.
I think it's a little bit ludicrous, actually. I think we should have the numbers, because all these numbers are not accurate or balanceable. We're changing them on the thing. It's when we approve the final budget, right? That's,
I'm perfectly happy to make all of these changes, but I think there has to be a trail. Because we have the book and then we're gonna have a final approved budget, so there has to be a trail, otherwise people might come to the treasurer and say, how did that happen? And if there's not a motion, then they're gonna ask why I did it. So I'm perfectly happy to make all these changes. But I think we just have to be sure that at some point in the process, that is delineated that council approved all of them. Might be happy to make them for the next meeting.
we are gonna do that, though. We just elected not to do them individually.
Yes, through you, Mayor Martin, I think what we can do for the next meeting, is we'll bring a listing of all these items that were requested to be changed. And at that point, they'll be there in writing. And council you could probably pass one motion to either accept all these changes or not. And the ones that perhaps are the outliers and you want to discuss, we can pull them out and have a separate motion for those.
That's what has to be done. Like I know at the county, when they have that live eye on part of their, and so normally when a motion's made, it shows what the change will make. Like they can do it right on the screen. We don't have, it's expensive software to have, but, yeah, we just need to, like you say, we're at 4.4 ballpark. If everything was agreed upon on there, is it gonna be? Probably not. But that'll be, so which meeting do you want to bring all these motions forward though? Like, we could have brought them at the next meeting, like next week.
I don't think there's that many.
No, I think the motion part
You
is
can do it
easy,
right now
but
if you want.
sure.
Yeah,
But we've already asked staff. We don't know if staff's gonna be able to get 1%. Like, there's still some outliers there that have to be, you've asked them all.
No, but then that will come back for next meeting, but all the stuff we like here. Infotech roads contingency, travel admin, tech admin.
Yeah.
I think Bob's got it probably all notated, same with Bianca.
through you, Mayor Martin, we have, sorry,
Well, go ahead, Ian.
Go ahead, Bob.
through you, Mayor Martin, we've noted all the requested changes. Between Bianca and I and Lyle, we've had a list. And we've passed a motion that staff follow these directions. So we can bring that list back. And our next meeting is, if we want to do it on the 17th, our next budget meeting. Bring it then. If we can add in the 1% reductions, if we can find those. That's our meeting.
Yeah. And then if everything's agreed upon at that meeting, there's no reason why it can't come back to a meeting just to pass it. Everything would be tallied and everything would be passed.
We would simply bring that to a regular council meeting as a bylaw and pass the budget.
So there's a possibility of, without spending as much time as we did today, you can just go through all of these things that we talked about today, get everything in order and pass it, what needs to be passed, and then ask staff to bring back a bylaw for the next meeting and we pass our budget. So.
Right. Drew, I think we're pretty much there, besides hammering out a few capital projects or whatever. Whatever staff comes back with, whether they come back with the 1%, if not, I think we're probably pretty close to, if not there, and that's what I'm saying, maybe. I want to say this, but I don't want to go too low, but so maybe there's something there that if we go past that number, we can readjust. I think on the operating side, we're pretty good. We're getting good.
Okay. All right, so yeah, we did pass the motion, so the next meeting's on the 17th. 17th of January.
Wednesday,
Yeah.
9:30.
9:30. Seems to be the time. So, okay.
We have a meeting next week.
Yeah, a week from today is a regular council meeting. Budget will be the next day.
I got one every day. Yeah. Pro Valley on the 18th.
I like December's, but
Okay, so motion for the confirming bylaw for today's meeting. Moved by Councillor Flagler, seconded by Deputy Mayor Webb. All in favor, carried. Motion to adjourn, Deputy Mayor Webb. Flagler. All in favor? No.